Hey guys, how you doing? Welcome to the Yoga with Goga weekly check-in. I see you, Jamila. I see you, Beth. I see you, Mlybad. I see you, Anspace. I see you, Motivational Queen. I see Kila Kitu Bima. Guys, first things first. Can you hear my voice? PMC's in the building. Bunny's in the building. Our guest is here, guys. If our guest can arrive even before the rest of us. Our guest can arrive before the rest of us. Damn, that's discipline. That's discipline. That's discipline. That's discipline. Okay, let me fix one or two things. Let me see. I need to get the music, just to linger in the background. It's the last day of November, by the way. Birthday month is over. But you know me. I have to play that Ariba craziness just for a bit. Just one last time, guys, because I'm not going to do this until the end of until next year. So let me figure this out. Gets me every time. Oh my goodness, this is crazy. We have to play this, guys. The month is coming to an end. Allow me to just have this moment. Hey Ruthie, how you doing? Ruthie? I see you, Ruthie. Ruthie's here. Ruthie's looking for her WH as well. PMC is here, my guest is here, so I'm just trying to let me fix the link. Gosh. Riba. Let me get my tea ready. Get your notebooks, guys. We're going to be here for a while. It is ready. Lily. Sorry. I need to I can't move on from Bunny very easily. It takes some time. Okay, but Laurie's in the building. How you doing, Laurie? Laurie putting us on nice shoes for a whole day. Come Lori, how you doing? Okay, let me set these things up before the guest comes, on the panel. Because we have to be our best behavior when the guest is here, Shiro, leave me alone. It's my birthday. The birthday month is coming to an end today. The guys who miss the birthday party, let them run along with it. Shiro, why are you telling everybody? Shiro is Cold Springs Queens. Shiro, making fun of there. Give me that thumbs up. How many thumbs ups do you need before you get the guest up? The guest is coming up in about 5 minutes, so this is enough time to play that crazy song. Take tea, get my snack. Greet the rest of you. Hey, Life's Johnny, how you doing? Life T, my amazing Indian friend all the way from the UK, United Kingdom is represented. He's probably working now. Let's get to the salsa bit. The guest is actually like somebody who can dance, so I feel like somebody who dancing. Not yet. This I'm getting is riba. Guys, let me just have a moment. One last moment of this birthday song. We're not doing this until next year, but Lily is having a birthday next week. She says, there you go. Okay, guys, make sure you're not like recording this. Don't take screenshots. You go like down. Arriba. Then you make like funny noises and stuff. Hey, Kara, how you doing? Wagwan. How you doing? Mariama is in the building. Okay, let's let this birthday song end. You're like, oh, okay, it's over. That was so fast. I'm not even like. Okay. Wait. Okay, so we need how many thumbs up? 20 thumbs up. What else do I need? In the building, how you doing, Ruthie? Welcome. The guest is already here. Guys, how do you arrive after the guest? Some of you people, now I know you come for weddings late. The guest is already here, waiting for the rest of you all. And you guys are like trickling in. It's my birthday. Whether it has passed, because there are people like Helen here on the live stream who are having birthdays like I think as early as 3rd December, which is on Saturday. There is no way. Let me steal the shine from them a bit. Hey, all help Jane. I see this Easy Thomas in the building. How you doing? Easy on the building. I can do that now. I'm waiting for the salsa bit. King Morgan is in the building. King Morgan is very important in this live stream because I'm going to mention King Morgan when I'm in conversation with Proud Mixture. It's very important. I actually salute King Morgan. I used to call Tyrone Morgan. I used to call him Tyrone, but yeah, you can call him King guys. He also turned 34. Happy belated birthday to all the November babies. If you're having a birthday today, we are celebrating you. Don't judge me. I know I already had a party. I'm waiting for the salsa bit and then I can stop this craziness. Let me get those things. Did I tell you I bought these things? This is the only time I can use these things before. Happy November, babies. Happy birthday to you. I celebrate all of you. This is for us. Before the December babies come and take over our space, let us own it, Give me a few more thumbs up, guys. Our guest is coming up in about a minute. These things I'll not even use them for the next 1 year. So guys, allow me to have my moment. But this one was weird blowing because nearly. The other one was. I love this one. The trumpet was like much better. Very loud and stuff. The salsa comes. Where is Zike? I need a riba, like the tunes and stuff. Guys, I have two left. There is no I can dance salsa. God Mixel is going to make us do bad here, I will actually have to challenge the guests to do for us some salsa, right? Hey, Rudy is dancing. Guys, can you dance? Okay, it's over. 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 Okay, let us stop that craziness so that we can have the guest coming. But don't worry, I will save it now because it's still on my StreamYard. And then, before we end the live stream, you know, there's the after party after the guest has gone, then we can misbehave. Because in Africa, you know, you remember, guys, when the way we were raised, when guests used to come to our homes, we could not misbehave. Otherwise, your mother used to give you that eye of, don't you dare. So we'll behave with the guest here, and then after the guest has left, we can go back to the craziness. I'll keep this song. I'm playing this song until midnight because November is gone. I have to wait until next year. But happy 34th to Tyrone. Happy 34th to me. Happy birthday to, like, I have a lot of November babies like on the YouTube community. I wish you a happy birthday, many happy returns, many more trips around the sun. Okay, moving on swiftly. Let us look for proper music before the guest comes up. Okay, let me see. PMC, I'm just going to send you the link in a bit. Guys, can you hear anything? I don't even hear anything. Can you even hear any music? Alex, anything? No? No. Sorry, guys, I'm reading your chat in a bit. Tell us what your parents were doing on Valentine's. Keep quiet. I can't discuss some of these things. We don't talk about our parents, Alex. Yeah? We don't do that. You guys, can you behave? Look at these guys. Look at these people. The drama people already here. Shiro, Alex, that entire group. Look at them. Look at them. We can't say this about our parents, guys. It feels weird. Okay. Ellen is finishing up to cook. Shiro is here. Shiro is preparing to go to work. She's on the live stream. She always says she comes to the live stream when she's preparing for work. And then that song we'll come back to it. Now this is a proper song to have like guests and stuff, right? So let's see. Or do you want the guests to dance to salsa? It's from Puerto Rico, you know. Close enough to Mexico, right? Anyway, moving on. Let me see whether what is the link? Oh. Okay. I don't want to keep the guest so long behind the scenes. The guest is a very busy person, guys. I need to display this. Can you see like the banner running there? Because this is very important. There we go. And then I need to reduce. This music is too loud, probably. Let me reduce it a bit. I taught you these things last month, right? Remember when Fat Ninja was on the live stream? That day we were learning about StreamYard. God rest his soul. We learned all these things. So I hope you remember, you take your notes. Okay. I think I'm ready. Now let me send the guest the link. No, you guys have to welcome the guest properly, you know? Like, it's very important. We are in Africa, and Africa is our business. I need you to start like, before the guest comes in, we need to make this dramatic. I can't blow my trumpets anymore. So I need to keep them. I need to keep them aside. How do you welcome a guest properly? How do you welcome a guest properly? It's a fun guest though. I mean, we'll see. We'll figure it out. So I need to send PMC this. I'll drop it now because I don't want people to come and interfere with PMC when he's speaking. And then I will share. I know the rest of you like jumping onto the panel. I will let you know when you're ready to come up on the panel so that we don't drown the elegance of the flow of conversation and stuff. 60 million people in the house. How many thumbs ups do we have? Let's see. How many thumbs ups do we have? Okay, guys, can you make these thumbs ups 30? There is no way I'm allowing PMC to come up without 30 thumbs ups. At least put respect in my age, you know? I'm 30. Forget about the 4. I'm 30, you know? I'm 30. Let me round off to my age. I can terrorize you here. Hey, Just Jova, how you doing? How you doing, Just Jova? Welcome to the live stream. Guys, first things first. Thank you so much. We just hit 2K. We just hit 2K the other day. And then another thing, guys, you know, I always forget these kind of things. We also like, I need 41 views from now. Just go to my channel, you click my about section. 41 views from now, we are going to hit 100K views. Can you imagine? That was my goal for this year, by the way. My goal was to get to 2K and 100K views on the channel. Achieved just in time for the birthday month to end. How amazing are you guys? Thank you just so much. And I think I felt that was actually a moment because it's going to be part of the conversation we are going to have. Hey, Lucky G, Pranam, how you doing? Lucky, thank you so much for coming in. Jerusha saying congratulations. Yeah, thank you. No, this is for us, guys. This is for us. This is for us. This is for us for sure. This is definitely for us. And ladies, gentlemen, don't harass the guest, okay? Let me start warning you like the African mother. You know, if I see kids playing around my house and the guest is already having tea or having snacks. Chef Gashia is in the building. How many thumbs ups? How many thumbs ups? Are we already at the 30 appropriate thumbs ups to welcome the guests? Yeah. Yeah, you know you are all in our 30s, so it's important you give us those thumbs up. Make it 30. King Morgan, oh God, King Morgan doesn't have a jacket. Don't worry, Proud Mixel is very good at reading messages. I think I'll delegate that to him today, and then he can take over the house. I know some of you here, like Helen, will be like, no, I don't want to be called Goga. I want Proud Mixel to be the one to say my name. The things you people make me do on live stream, guys. Okay, hold on. The guest is here. I just need to like add him up. Okay, are you ready for our guest? Can I see like applause, claps, those things, emojis? Put for me those nice emojis, the new ones. If you have flex emojis, flex your new emojis, the blue ones. Start flexing those new YT emojis. YT emojis to be flexed in welcoming the guests. I want to see, but don't go and click. There's a weird one next to the heart. Don't click that one. Click a proper emojis. Click a proper... Annie, keep quiet. Can we welcome the guest properly? One emoji. PMC, do you still need help? I think you dropped off. Let me see. Can we give the guest proper emojis to welcome the guest? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Proud Mixture. Let me see. Let me send the link again. There we go. He dropped off slightly. Let's just fix that and then he can come up. Yeah, proper emojis to welcome the guest. 34 thumbs ups. Osha is still on the ads. I have to wait for Osha to get out of the ads. Yes, if you have new emojis, flex them. This is the point. The guest is coming up. Yay! I need like one more. Flex your emoji. If you don't have the new emojis, you can like show off. There are people who don't have these emojis, guys. You know, I go to people's live stream and they start using those emojis. I feel like a king sometimes, but then I have to behave because I'm humble, you know. Okay, without further ado, let me add the guests. PMC in the flesh. Welcome to the live stream. Okay, hold on.
What's up, brother? Good morning.
How you doing? PMC? Sorry, I had to like do my domestic issues before I allow you in, just to make make sure everybody is in the house and stuff. There we go. Sorry, there's always like a lot of dramatics because some people here get very crazy on the charts, as you probably can see right about now. Thank you guys for those emojis, the YouTube emojis specifically. With me on the panel today is somebody I really respect, somebody I literally deem as my brother. He's a content creator. He's taught me a lot of things that I needed to know on these YT streets. He's very knowledgeable. I met PMC at King Morgan's house. This was like a couple of months ago. It was actually at King Morgan's house. And we, with the time we've gotten actually to get to know each other, and we have like very common friends in these YT streets. And it's such a privilege, when you say that you're willing to come up on the panel just for us to have a conversation and stuff. I was really honored, and I don't take it for granted because sometimes content creators are busy. I was literally struggling to get monetized around that time. PMC is the one who used to tell me, Goga, you can just take it a bit easy. Goga, there's a way he just speaks to you and you're like, need to relax, calm down your horses and everything. So it's really an honor to just find him up on the panel on this particular day. I don't want to drown my introduction because he speaks very well. He speaks clearly, but we'll be having a random conversation, but we'll have just a topic to anchor us. And we'll talk about that once I've he's introduced himself. So welcome everybody. I see Rosaline. I see everybody. I'm going to meet you guys on the chat. So Proud Mixed Child, welcome to my house. Welcome to Kenya virtually, and welcome
Thanks
to
for
the
having
world.
me.
Welcome
Thanks
to
for
the
having me.
world.
Hello, chat. Blessings to everybody.
How you doing?
I'm jubilant. I'm doing all right.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't see you earlier because I knew you had to have a live stream earlier. I don't know that you managed because I was peeping to see whether you have it or anything before we came up today.
Yeah, it's all right. You know, I had and that was my fault because I told everybody that I was gonna go live, but then I remember we were supposed to do this today, but that's why
Yeah.
you never kind of plan ahead because you never know.
Yeah, sure thing. Yeah, I mean, introduce yourself to my community, and then I will take over from there. Then we can have our conversation. So who is PMC? Where is he from? Guys, and you can ask him questions directly. He's reading the chat, so he can even answer your question directly if I don't capture what you want to know. He'll tell us when he joined the YouTube community. What is his drive when it comes to content creation? He's been on YouTube holiday. He'll explain to that why has he been on YouTube holiday. That will be very crucial for you guys to understand. So yeah, I want him to just introduce himself, and then I will patch up the introduction with what I think I know from him.
I actually can't see the chat. I can't actually see the chat, so I don't know if you can read the comments for me.
Okay, I'll be highlighting them as you do that. So yeah, carry on. So guys are just greeting each other and coming in, so we could just go ahead with the intro.
Hello to everybody.
I like your glasses. I like your glasses though. Yeah, so yeah, I guess just welcoming you with emojis and stuff. And oh wow, okay, can you see in those though?
Yeah.
Yeah, so guys, just saying hi to you. Morgan, of course, is saying hi to you because Morgan is your friend as well, our mutual friend. Yeah, Morgan talking about his premiere later on. Let's see. Hiyo mzungu nitaelewa kweli? No, you will understand. PMC speaks like he speaks like a million languages. So he even speaks Swahili for the Kenyans in the room. Yeah, so he even speaks Swahili. So you'll understand this. Master Horn, I see you. Welcome, everybody. Okay, Proud Mixed Child. Welcome to my space once again. I just want you to maybe just give a quick intro, the name, country. I know you want to talk about your multi-ethnicity thereon, and then I can, we can keep the conversation going from there. I don't say anything specific to you on the chat, but I will be checking.
Well, the name stems from my multi-ethnicity. My mother is Mexican and Puerto Rican. My father is African. He has roots from Cameroon and, Bengali, Indian, and Chinese. I speak 3 languages fluently, English, Spanish, and Chinese. I'm trying to learn Swahili, and I need to work on the pronunciation. So it's like when I get into anything, the nerves aren't there because, I'm fearless. I don't have no kind of nerves. Yeah. But so the intro to any group is awkward because it's like you don't know how the feedback from the crowd's going to be. So that's always my wonder after, and I don't even watch my own videos because of that pretty much. But whatever questions you guys have, I have answers.
Nice. I love the brevity. I mean, and that's definitely true because in any new space, it's always a bit, it's always a bit, just be able to like set the climate and everything. Because we are in the YouTube space, and most people who are here today is because of course, based on our background, of course, as content creators when it comes to YouTube. Would you maybe tell us more about your channel or your house? What it's about. Because I know you and I have, we have like some common aspects, especially when it comes to fitness. And you're a 2-time black belt, holder. Maybe you want to like shed more about the channel. And I know the channel has made a transition just for people to have an idea, because I'm sure now they are busy like going to your channel to see who is this, who's this.
Well, the thing is, my channel is I'm more of a supporter than content creator. And this has been a beneficial and detrimental experience sometimes by the way I handled it, and I'm somebody that is honest with you. You know, I'm straightforward, and sometimes I feel like that can be a bit of a curse, you know, because with
Yeah.
everything good there comes a bad. So, you know, I've looked at some of my own blunders and said maybe I've driven away people by being too honest. And I think depending on the context, right, whether it's passive or, you know, aggressive, it can
Yeah.
work for you and work against you. I mean, I'm pretty much on here for a message and a purpose, not to be a celebrity or not to be recognized. You know, I was an outcast as a child, so I never knew how to be part of a crowd. Like, I can have conversation. That's my specialty. I think that for this journey, I give suggestions. I don't really give advice because I don't fall on my own sometimes. And then, you know, people are going to exercise their free will. That's why I don't believe in giving anybody advice. But with that being said, it's not to discourage none of you here either. My channel is more about philosophy and liberation. Like, I love to see people collected, you know, because if you look at the state of the world right now, division is winning. And I don't want to play a role in that. If I can't bring people together, I know that somebody else out there is going to do what I can. So I don't really lose hope. But I've been on here since July 31st, 2018. It took me 1 year to get monetized. So it's been interesting. And sometimes I'm afraid of the unknown, you know, because you can't really prep for that. So if I do fear anything, it's what I don't know to expect. And I think that's why I try not to set the bar too high for me, because sometimes you could be your own problem. And I'm just trying to find solutions to how I can help somebody out here, and maybe they can do some things in their life that I wasn't able to do in mine, you know, when I was dealing with struggle. So if that helps anybody here, then, you know, I think I did my job.
Yeah. Just speaking from that, you say you got onto the YT or the YouTube community in 2018. This was way before the rest of us joined that entire bandwagon, because someone like me, I know I got onto YouTube because as a result of during the COVID, the pandemic and stuff like that, I really didn't have much going on. But you literally got in just a year before the rest of us all, and you got monetized within a year. And I know, so you got monetized, you did the work, but you say now you're more of a supporter. So what shifted? What shifted? What stopped you from referring to yourself as a content creator?
I never was
Where
a
was this?
content creator to, you know, to really begin with. It was more about um, showing loyalty as a supporter, because I see that being a huge discussion here in these YouTube streets, even in, you know, the new year 2022. I mean, you've had a lot of people in chat say that they want to start off supporting, and some people even go back to doing so, because the more you get in this journey, the deeper you get, it gets harder. And I think
Yep.
a slight sense of guilt starts to bother my conscience, because like I tell people, you know, I want to support you. I want to check every video, but it's just unrealistic. And, you know, before I even started doing this, I didn't intend on doing this because I don't do anything outside of social media like that.
Yeah.
And sometimes I feel like you're more criticized for not participating in these facets of pop culture that sometimes imprison you. And that's why I say I'm busy. I'm a farmer. I'm a martial artist. You know, I have other hobbies. You guys can ask me. It's just that I don't want to devote my full time to this, but that doesn't mean that I'm not hungry. I just feel like sometimes being on here too much, uh, any obsession could be unhealthy, right? So, like I tell anybody, at some point I will walk away from this, and I look back at it like I'm happy with how I handled it, and maybe tweak a few things that I, you know, shouldn't have said or, you know, did by mistake. But at the same time, like, I've really served my purpose on here more as a guide to, you know, because I have people that say, teach me, and you can't teach nobody unless you're allowed to.
Someone has Saniki here. Saniki is joining us from Jamaica. So Saniki says, that's the same way I feel. I come to this house because it's my safe place, the only place I feel comfortable to say certain things. YouTube is not toxic, it's the people. Just reacting to what you just said up there. Then Mariama here says, any obsession can be unhealthy. I like that statement. Yeah, guys, and feel free to ask Proud any question, because he joined. So he said he joined our YouTube community and I just wanted to circle back on that. What was the drive then? Because I want to tie that maybe to the question I'm going to ask then. What was the drive then to join this particular community? And I just wanted you to like cement the point. You're the one person who is not on social media, like on these particular social platforms. And I wanted you maybe to talk about that because everybody says that is the way to go. That is Petit, I see you. Nice to see you, bro. Everybody says, social media is the way to go. Social media is the way to like profile ourselves and stuff like that. What is your opinion on this based on like you joining YouTube back then in 2018 and what changed?
I mean, for me, I feel like the message is my purpose. This platform, it's good in the sense that you're free to say what you want to an extent. The negative about it is that there are restrictions, and I respect rules. It's a principle belief. I'm a firm believer in that. But at the same time, it's the negative part. I like to start off with cons first because the pros is kind of what people aim to see first. And I mean, everything good in this world is bad. I just feel like the restrictions can be a bit much, where it seems at times like you're handcuffed to not really say what you want. I mean, you don't have to use profanity or address the situation profane at all. And that's sometimes I find troubles in that. I do swear on my streams. I'm an adult. It's human nature, but the benefit of social media that presents itself is that keeping in touch with family, friends, making friends from all over the globe, which I have a huge, respect for. I love culture. I love geography. And that's why I say, I think for anybody starting this journey, don't stress it too much. If you want to start this, you got to figure out what your purpose is, because I mean, there are some well-rounded YouTube channels and I see a lot of great content creators. It's not in me to give a thumbs down or leave some hate towards anybody. I've gotten that myself. I've gotten hate comments. It rarely appears, but I'm not immune to that. And one thing I don't like about hate is it's a virus. It's something that's never gonna leave us. It's something that can make you leave this. Like, there's a lot of people who even committed suicide, unfortunately, due to being bullied on here. And that's something that's really sad. And that's something that I don't ever want to be a victim of, which I never have been. Because, I don't know what that's like. But at the same time, I think a lot of people don't realize how strong they are. And that's what leads them to fall down, So when everybody's telling you that you can't do something, just know that you can. Prove to self that you can. Because again, someone who's telling you what you can't be, they were told the exact same thing, only they proved the latter's point, right? You never give your enemy satisfaction. But with that being said, you love your enemy too.
Okay, cool. You're talking about the pros. What are the cons? Like, what are really the cons that, when you joined YouTube streets and then, somewhere down the line you get monetized and then you're like, no, because I know you're a monetized channel, but you don't actually, make any benefits out of monetization. And that would be a very curious question because everybody on YT literally slaves to get monetized. And then you get monetized, me being one of them a few months ago, and then you realize that, oh, wait a minute, something happens. There's a shift somewhere there after monetization. So you elected actually not to benefit from that monetization. How was that experience? And, despite you saying that, sometimes the space is limited based on the rules and everything, somebody would ask, then what was the point? Was it worth it?
It is, for me, it's natural. I don't live for money. I mean, money is how we all survive, but a man created that ideology. And, the thing is, there was a point, Goga, where I did have my $ active, for 2 months, and I made 2 checks out of it. It was a blessing. But again, I never entered this purpose for money. I'm not trying to be a rock star on here. I just want to do conversation straight with people because I always say that's what I go to work for. Farming is where my heart is. And the thing is, like, I like to share that. I'm private and there's a mystique that surrounds me. And that's because I don't really put my life on camera like a lot of other people. But that being said, it's nothing wrong with that. It's just, what extent are you willing to keep your privacy concealed? Because like my wife, she doesn't like to be on camera and I have to respect that. I don't believe in forcing or coercing or strong arming nobody to do something that they don't want to. But far as me making money, I feel like if my message can be heard, that's success enough for me to be grateful with. So money, it's it's a side piece and it's okay. But at the same time, like I tell people all the time, the stars are in the sky and you can grab them at any time. It depends on you. So you don't really need money to get to your dreams. That's just a personal opinion of mine, but I'm always open to hear feedback because I'm not above criticism. I don't place a pedestal anywhere. I'm on the same surface level as y'all. So like I said, this is just something for me to get my voice out here because it's one of the places at times I feel comfortable that I can. Where in general public, you can say a lot of the same stuff, but you might end up in a jail cell for it.
Absolutely. Um, and speaking of that, I know like when I put up the promo for this particular live stream, there's one particular content creator who was very keen, based just to like hear what's your opinion, especially when it comes to this space, because to be honest, YouTube takes a toll on you, and I like what you say that the more you grow, the harder it gets, and
Yeah.
sometimes you realize that you even losing your mind, in that particular space, and sometimes I even forget, and I'm like, I ask myself, what am I even doing? I've had those moments where I'm having some bit of like self-reflection, and I'm just like, what's going on? Am I like giving too much here? Am I losing myself in this process when I could be actually doing something that is more fulfilling, outside these particular streets? Um, so what drew you to philosophy? Because I know you're very big on philosophy. I like listening to you. You are always, very, candid when people ask you questions in your particular space. Philosophy, any particular thing that drew you to that particular space, or any background? Is it a family thing, or what drew you to that kind of those life lessons, that we pick from that particular discipline?
I think the grandest reward for us in existence is knowledge. Knowledge is more valuable than money. Knowledge teaches you how to get money. And I always say
Yep.
this, I zen my days away to intellectually stay safe. I don't mean that just from a mindset. I mean that from a physical standpoint of view too. Like my martial arts, for example, you could be a black belt in the skill, but you could be a brown belt in your mind. If it's not leveled out, you're unbalanced. And you will understand that from yoga enthusiasts to martial artists because we have similar philosophies in our art form. So
Yeah.
I feel like what you're asking is just one of those things that it depends on you. Just because you have a meltdown, it's human nature, but that doesn't make you weak. I always tell people to prove your own self bravery. Never have a wishbone where your backbone's supposed to be. You know, it's a mind over matter type thing. Form follows function.
Okay. Guys, if you have any question, feel free to actually drop them to PMC. He can literally answer you anything. I told you, like, he's always very candid. He can be very honest. Sometimes he can be rather too blunt, to be honest. He can be rather too blunt. I wanted him to clarify something on there that we probably missed in the introduction. Where are you from? Where are we like listening you from? People always are very curious about this particular kind of details, especially to the guys here who don't know where you're from, where you are
I'm
at the moment.
from. I was born here in the Caribbean. San Juan, Puerto Rico is my birthplace. I'm proud of my roots, and it's something I like to just share with people. It's not about boasting. I feel like self-discovery is the best thing out here because could you really converse with somebody in completion if you didn't know who you were? That's why I tell people I've
Yeah.
traced my family tree. I know my bloodline, and I'm down to share with anybody who's listening. And at the end of the day, when this discussion's over, I feel comfortable with what I said and left on the table. So that's pretty much what I'm about. And I always say, Goga has been a guest on my live streams. He understands like opinions matter to me because they do help make the conversation complete. You can't have, just your own thoughts without anybody's perspective. Otherwise, you're not going to have a conversation.
Absolutely. And I like what you said about your that multi-ethnic aspect. I was curious about the Chinese bit, and especially the what did you call it? I think it was the Native American. I guess I also got. I think I picked that as well from a previous conversation. Um, and if that is dad was from Africa, Cameroon and stuff. How do you think that has shaped your, when it comes especially to our parents, how do you think that has shaped your worldview, as a person or even as a human being?
This helped me pick up traits, not just from the DNA, but culturally too. Like I feel like because of that, I feel like I won't be able to really embrace the title Prime X Child until I visit those places. Because you know how they say that you shouldn't really talk about a place you don't intend to visit. You know not the first thing about it. So I feel like that will be something that will really help me cement this title. And it's not just a moniker for me, it's kind of how I live my life. Like anything I do, from the quotes that I post or the photos I take, it all has a multi-layered meaning. Like even my wife will tell you, I'm so misunderstood. Like I'm complex to the point where it could be like you trying to solve a puzzle, but you just won't. And the thing is, sometimes I don't have the answers to certain questions, and that's the thing about life. Sometimes things are beyond our interpretation or for us to comprehend. Like in due time, you'll get those answers that you search for. So that's kind of what I like to say. I'm a self-imposed exile. But again, like I alluded to earlier, sometimes I don't really like to share too much about myself just because the way it's perceived, which I don't stress, but society has this thing, right? When you are sharing, fun facts about yourself, you could come off as you're boasting, you're bragging, and that's not that at all. So it's just kind of like sometimes I'm in conflict with self, like should I or shouldn't I? It's a confounding duality to have.
Okay. Car from Jamaica says, I always love listening to Proud Speak. And then Grace Carey Mission is also saying hi to you. Grace Carey is my sister here all the way in Kenya. Her phone is almost
Hello.
dying, but she said she had to stop by here. Bunny says, Proud has a calming aspect full of wisdom. Yeah. And then what else? Unaza, I thought I saw Unaza said, being blunt isn't bravery. What do you think, PMC?
I'm sorry, what's that?
Being blunt isn't bravery. Being blunt isn't bravery. I guess this was going back to what I was saying earlier.
Well, that's true,
Then,
but again, it depends on how you see everything. Again, like I said, I don't have all the answers, and the thing about truth is, I have this philosophy on it, right? I said it on my live streams all the time. People love to hate truth, but swear to live by it. Like, you know what? I'm someone that will call you out, and it's not to confront you; it's just to right the wrongs you don't acknowledge. And it's not, I don't appoint myself as nobody's judge doing so. I just like to point out the irony in a situation where I see it in a lot of these live streams where it's ignored. Like one thing about me is I don't wear a mask, and I know how to be me. I don't know how to be a gimmick. Like when I look at people on here, I always have a question, right? Do people love the moniker or do people love you because they don't know the first thing about you? So like I said, that can go wrong in so many ways. I've even had people unsubscribe from me because I just gave it to them straight. And sometimes brutal truth is the best kind. And it's not to offend anybody here or even on my side. But like I say, one of my things is in my live stream, everybody and anybody is all welcome. But if you're not open to the truth, then I'm not for you. And I think that's pretty being fair. So like I said, that's kind of a problem in these social platforms, which is why I don't do social media, because I don't sense the sense of realness within the chat. And I'm not judging those people, but there's judgment and then there's discernment. I'm not here to knock anybody, but for what I see others co-signing, I'm not gonna do that because I've never been like that since a young man's age. I'm 33 years old and I still have some growing up to do. But when I see others co-signing what's wrong, I can't stand by that. And if that's gonna make you unsubscribe from me, that's fair too. You're not forced to do anything on here.
absolutely. I wanted to just pick, a question based on what you said earlier. How do you intricately balance, being private, and especially on this particular platform where everybody wants you to really open up yourself, And that has always been my biggest fear sometimes on YouTube, that sometimes you may be oversharing, which is and maybe I don't want that, because sometimes, and you would actually agree with me on this, that we are in that space, we are in the martial art, I'm in the yoga space. Sometimes I want the yoga to speak for itself and transcend beyond me as a person. Let the craft speak for itself rather than the person. So how do you actually navigate this, especially being private, and hoping that at least they don't like clash at some point with this particular space? How do you like find that bit of balance, or what are some of the strategies or techniques that you'll actually have
Well,
used
I
to be able
always,
to balance?
I always keep in mind that never to be a slave to your own, you know, concentration. So I think it starts with you, right? And as
Yeah,
far as keeping my private life, I've learned from others. I've seen a lot of people's lives on here get ruined because they just wanted to naturally share things with people, and then it just turned into everything but that. And we
yeah,
live in these times now where a lot of people are hell bent on, well, why aren't you sharing? Like, we're not obligated to share our life with each other. It's always a choice. And I understand the truth is hard for some people to hear and accept, but I am a firm believer in this. The thing is, um, it's your choice ultimately. And sometimes people aggravate the matter by pressing the guest. If they want to share their life with you, that's their job, that's their choice if they like to. Like, there are supporters I have, shout out to
yeah,
Katrina Barber. She's another one. She doesn't show her husband. And sometimes people on here, are so inconsiderate. It's sad. And like I said, this isn't me trying to offend nobody here or turn this into a battlefield. But if you really think about it, YouTube is an arena. Are you willing to place yourself in here and put your whole entire life on the internet? Because you don't understand, once you volunteer some things, it's out here forever. And there's a lot of people that I've learned from. See, I always say that observance pays in more ways than one. And a lot of people really don't understand that because they're getting upset at the very same things they chose to volunteer. So if you are really going to be mad at somebody, you should be mad at yourself. But sharing your life with people is not a crime either. That's a two-way street. I tell people, thank you for sharing your life. You guys go through hell editing, sharing your life, you shooting these vlogs. That takes a lot of time and you may not have it. So I always say, like, I've had people say to me, well, your comments are too long sometimes. I'm like, well, that means that I'm paying attention to detail, because if I just left you emojis and said thanks for sharing, could you really say that there was genuinity in that? And sometimes, like I said, man, I've supported people and they were like really ungrateful. And I'm sad at that because I'm like, I didn't have to take the time out to really watch a video, but I did to stay true to loyalty.
absolutely. And speaking of that, just to pick up on that aspect of the comments, what are some of the, because I know I attended one of your live stream, and you can be quite the disciplinarian, because I think there was a new person who came on the live stream, and I liked what you did, because you're totally new, and you're like, you're not going to hound me to give you a jacket, because I need people who are legitimate in my space. And I loved that. I totally loved how you handled that. And sometimes there's pressure when people come onto the live stream, or maybe a chat or something like that. Give me a jacket, I need to roll. There's even no like that connection with the person, the content creator. What are some of the maybe the tips you could have? Because I know there are people here who want to do live streams, there are people here who are doing live streams, and there's also that aspect of something as simple as just giving a range. And I totally loved how you did it. That live stream was amazing.
Well, I did my due diligence. I wanted to make him feel welcome, but I also
Yeah,
wanted him to understand what respect means, because courtesy is lost in these times. And you've constantly heard me say, Goga, I don't have faith in a lot of humanity, but that's
yeah,
me being honest. And that's disrespectful to come in somebody's chat and demand something. First and foremost, if that's how you run things over there, that's your platform. But if that's the case, it doesn't mean everybody's gonna do that. And sometimes people take this grind so personally. I'm like,
yeah,
it's interesting, just because I'm like, if you apply this type of hunger to this, do you do the same in your real life? Which isn't for me to question, but I just say that if it's really that important to you, then the support is disingenuous, right? Because I'm like, I tell everybody I'll support you with or without a jacket, but I understand the purpose of what moderating means. But my
Mm.
only issue is if I don't have a wrench, I have to explain to the host at any given time I can be blocked unwarranted because some people are so trigger happy. Well, I'm gonna boot you just for the hell of it. And I think that's kind of wrong because, and I've addressed this and I've said people's names in my chat because I don't believe in ducking any situation. We're adults, right? I just feel
Yeah.
like there are people who co-sign what's wrong again, like I said earlier. And I'm not really a fan of that. And you saw just the other day, I explained to the guy, time reveals truth. So if your loyalty is gonna appear here again, I'll see you again. And as you come by time after time, I will grant you the blue jacket. And when I do that, I just ask that you be responsible with it because I entrust you to secure the safety of my chat and not offend anybody else or block anybody else. Because honestly, Goga, as long as I've been out here, I've never had to block anybody from my chat. So I always tell you guys watching, if I really was causing friction or if I was a problem being the host, I don't think people will come and listen to what I had to say.
100%. 100%. And that speaks my next my next question. How do you, especially when you're in this particular space, how do you make your, the people come to listen to you diverse, especially as our interest will be, yoga. I know you are with in between cooking. There's a tai chi going on there and stuff like that. There's somebody here who does like sites, travel and history. How do you make actually the people come to actually cheer you on, because these are like your amazing supporters? How do you actually make them comfortable within that particular space? Because, and this question is very important to me, because when Fat Ninja was here like 3 weeks ago, God rest his soul, we were having a very candid conversation about how as a host you're obligated, to protect the people who come into that particular space. And I just actually want maybe to get your comment on that.
Absolutely. That hurt me when I got the news about him because just prior to that, he personally messaged me, he emailed me because I had a meltdown. Like, and some days, I'm dealing with a lot here. You guys know about Hurricane Fiona. We are
Yeah.
rebuilding this community and not with the government's aid, and I don't really want to turn this into that, but I'm working constant hours and, at times being a workhorse is detrimental, is the breakdown. So Fat Ninja gave me some consultation, gave me some solace to keep it pushing no matter how rough it gets. And I needed that motivation because one other guy, Radames Prince, he's my brother, he's one of my most trusted mods. He has been with me since the beginning of this, back when I only had two people in my chat. So
Yeah.
balancing everything out, it really depends on you, Goga, because sometimes people are so like everything on these social platforms serves as a distraction to throw you off from succeeding. You just have to
Yeah.
recognize what's trying to get in the way of you because sometimes you can be the obstacle yourself. And I self-reflect often because it's a part of my discipline, and that's why I explain to people I can't teach you unless you allow me to. And just like any conversation you have with anybody, the most important part always is ironic when the time cuts off. Like they don't want you to say certain stuff. And that's the most important piece of a conversation because we're dropping these gems for others to pick up and hope they pursue greatness going forward. Now, if you decide to fumble, it is your fault, and that's one thing that I'm learning to own as a man. Um, Morals, valor, virtue, and honor. It's hard to live by those principles, and I try my best every day, man.
Yeah, it's true. Let me see. Let me just see what's on the chart. Lori was giving you a compliment earlier. I think they just moved so fast. I think I lost it. Bani was saying, Bani is also reflecting on the support, from Fat Ninja when I was struggling in the chat, and it was a blessing to experience. Yeah, Fat Ninja was amazing. He always used to make us feel very, comfortable and stuff. Isaac's farm. I see you. Latoya, is the electricity situation in Jamaica, has it been fixed? Because they had a fire which actually cost them, I think, a lot of, I think there was a power outage yesterday. Has that been solved? I'm just curious before I move on to that. And yeah, and I know you mentioned the Hurricane Fiona, but I also know you're a hurricane survivor, and that must have been very, I can imagine, because I know you. I first heard this from, I think there's a time I think you were having a conversation with BMC, and I remember when you actually told him that. How was that? Because the rest of us, you've never actually had. Me here in Africa, I've never actually experienced like a hurricane. You see some of these things on the news, but you don't know like what really, the devastation it causes onto the people in those particular spaces. So how was that experience? And I know it may be a bit heavy to talk about now. And how do you think it has informed some of the decisions you've actually had to make going forward, especially when it comes to how you relate with human beings generally?
I mean, it's humbled me a lot more, and I almost lost my life in that. I think I'm in a place now at a vantage point where I can talk about it, because I mean everybody knows the tumultuous experience of Hurricane Maria at the time too. Shortly after that, I had lost one of my aunts out here. She passed away, and still to this day, I get hot flashes from it, like PTSD, and that's not something to play with. Mental health is a real issue now that I feel is disregarded. It's a state of sadness anytime I relive it, and it's just something you don't forget because it gives you the shakes. I've lost a lot of personal belongings in that. So it's kind of one of those situations where I feel like you never recover from it, even if you still are alive, because what's dear to you can't get back, especially through a fallen loved one. And I was just like really down bad in that space. And in a way, the silver lining, the good within it was it definitely helped me overcome adversity and appreciate adversity more, because it's about testing your mettle. Are you strong enough to survive whatever is gonna come your way? And just like with Fiona, we already have a fragile power grid out here. The whole island was without power. And so it's kind of like I'm somebody who's anti-establishment. I don't believe in politics, the system. It doesn't personally do anything for us here. Puerto Rico needs independence, not statehood. But I don't really want to get into those lanes. It's just that made me stronger for what it was worth, Goga. And I'm blessed and grateful to be here, because it's always a reminder, God's not finished with me yet. He still has a purpose. That's why I say, as a farmer, I take pride and honor in that, because putting my hands in the soil and making things grow is the way to truly understand what raising vibration means. So I think I'm doing my part until I'm not here anymore.
Absolutely. And I like what you said about mental health, and that actually can help us zero in onto something I felt we should, talk about. When it comes to this particular space, a lot of things go on. You have the first struggle, which is get to 1K, and then from there you have the 4K. Okay, if you get into 1K, 4K at the same time, well and good, because that actually happens. But anytime people ask me about when you get that email from YouTube that you've been accepted into the YouTube partner program, I always tell people I wasn't excited, and I always like being honest about it. I was not excited at all. It was almost like some Pyrrhic victory, like the journey it took to get there. I look back and I'm like, could I have done it any better? Could I have, because there's a lot of, you look back and you're like, yeah, it's almost like some sort of guilt or a regret going on there. And and people ask me that, I'm like, no, you should be excited. And I'm like, no, I'm not. Sometimes I feel like it was so much effort, and I felt it could have been achieved even at an easier rate. And you told me this even before I got to that milestone. You told me I think it didn't make sense then, but now when you cross on this other side, now you're like, yeah, you look at it and you're actually like, okay. The mental, how do I put it? The mental distress, that process takes you through. And you have new content creators who are coming up, who want to build channels. The numbers are not adding up. There are people having sleepless nights, compromising their family time. What's your take on this? How do we actually, take care of ourselves in this particular process? Because sometimes I feel, and I made a joke here once that, YouTube needs to get us shrinks, to be honest, because sometimes the effort that it took to get here, on their budget, like somewhere in there. Just wanted to react to that.
I feel like balance with options is the best way to, apply how you live your life, because you can spend what time you're not really giving to work with. I always say the essence of time interests me the most, because time is the most valuable thing we spend. We don't have
Yeah.
enough of it. I mean, 24 hours in a day isn't enough to do. Like for me, farmer schedule, farming,
Yeah.
come home, eat dinner, go to bed with wifey, and then same thing day in and day out, except on weekends when I'm constantly getting rest. You're running from your own mind, but you're running into self all over again.
Yeah.
And I think it depends on how you apply what you do on a day-to-day basis. Some people are extremely busy, and when all you know is work because it was either instilled in you or not, it's like that's a self of insanity itself. Like you're a prisoner to just constantly working, which isn't a bad thing, but it's just kind of like, when do you actually have free time to treat yourself to freedom mentally? And I think some people get so caught up in life's demands, they don't understand what it's like to have a free sense of space. Goga always say that I'm a fettered man because the system imprisons me. But when I go to work, I actually feel like that's what freedom's supposed to feel like. Manumission won't happen until, the second coming arrives here. I'm really big on spirituality, and, manumission means the ultimate freedom from slavery, which man, doesn't have. He doesn't have any power. So that's why I say one of my biggest questions to self is, where do I stand in this world? And I'm still on search for that answer, because I don't completely feel grounded because everything life serves you every day.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think those are very good questions that actually we need to reflect on. Let me see. Guys, if you have any question for PMC, feel free to actually drop them on the chat so that at least I can highlight them. You can't read your chats, but I can highlight them for him on the screen so that if he has to answer them, I can, he can actually answer. You can ask him anything. It can be YouTube. It can be about his life experiences. It can be about the wife who is from Africa, by the way, who is from Africa.
Yes, sir.
I like making
Yes.
fun. I'm like, oh, yep, yeah. Maybe you can just hint at that. I know it's a bit, but I know you've told me this before, because I feel that was actually a very. I actually really related to that when you first told me that. It was so exciting. Yeah. Let me see. Bunny says it is dangerous to hold on to it. Sorry, Bunny, my mouse. It's just as you hold on to a lot internally and not release it, and actually truly rest without doing anything, instead of feeling guilty and feeling like you should be doing this and that when you are not. Facts. I think 100%. I would agree. I would agree. I want to narrow down into the space of fitness, because you and you've actually gotten your qualifications within the martial arts space. I got my yoga training in India. And yes, there are a lot of similarities, especially when it comes to things like meditation, grounding, those lessons, there's a certain, mindfulness, especially when it comes to, how you relate with humanity. And I know you're always very big on that, and just being a peacekeeper, if I was to use a better word. What drew you especially to the martial arts space? And actually, I'm just curious about the black belts and everything, because that's actually a very high honor, especially when it comes to this particular space. So how did you actually navigate that particular aspect of training to be able to get that odd in terms of the qualifications?
Well, first and foremost, I learned that through my father. My father, he contains multiple black belts, and even then, it's just a prop. No disrespect to the guard, but he used to say, you could have it in skill, but if it's not mentally there, you're not gonna execute properly. And one thing I do before I engage in the artistry is I meditate, and then it's about precision, footwork, and then execution. And you and I can relate in fluidity. You can see when the body's flimsy, when you need to work on being more solid, not stiff though, because one of our principal beliefs is if you don't execute with force, by the time you get old, the power in your waist and the pressure points in your body won't be any good to you. So, I mean, you can understand that as a yoga enthusiast that we're heavy handed on that lesson. And that's why I say for some of the martial arts videos that I filmed, there were slight bits in there where I wasn't really happy with the way I executed the movement because it could have been done a little bit more fluid. Like the one I just dropped, that was solid. You
Yes.
know, I looked back at it a couple times because you even have to tell yourself during the art form, am I happy with my performance? And I think, like I say, you know, do what makes you happy, but don't settle for what you can clearly see is an error within. So I can relate to, the yoga art form with it. I'm not as flexible as you though, but it's about yeah, man, it's just about executing with fluidity. Footwork is very important for martial arts. Like when you see me
Yeah.
do the spin,
No, I
the spinning maneuver in real time is hard to catch, but
yeah.
it's not as easy as presented. When you execute the art form after you feel the heat in your body, like man, your bones are starting to feel it.
Wait, so you said you got this from your dad? I mean, how old were you? I'm just curious because when you picked up this interest.
I have over 10 years of experience, but through my father, I learned throughout the years from a young boy's
Nice.
age at 9, even the basics, because basics going into advancement, you know how they say that when you begin anything, you're a novice, so you don't really understand. Like it's about
Absolutely.
taking pain. Like pain is an understatement. I like to say that pain is it's a strange fruit, right? It depends on you. One of the things I will ask anybody is how would you know you were alive if you didn't feel any pain?
Absolutely. Hey, Puri, Unaza is asking a question. How can we channel our energy? I don't know. I
Well,
want, yeah, you have a question from Unaza, listening Unaza. Unaza does like videos on stories. She's quite a good storyteller, by the way. Um, yeah, and I think maybe yeah, you could answer this actually in that aspect just when you're talking about the footwork and the movement. Then I will come in there with the yoga bit.
to answer your question, I think like one of my favorite books is The Akashic Records by Linda Howe. It helps you get into spiritual alchemy physically and mentally. Meditation, like Tai Chi, the Tai Chi portion of what I do, it makes me feel freedom. And like I say, Goga, even you can relate. As a yoga enthusiast, when you're moving on your feet like a cat, like that's
Yeah.
what it feels like to really feel elevated. Like you can get stimulated just by reading a book. So I think to get in a mindset of being free, like for me, I go to sleep and I'll listen to an audiobook or I'll read paperback. I'm somebody that
Yeah.
is appreciative of what was before my existence, and like I say, sometimes you have to close your eyes and envision freedom because it can be felt in many ways. It depends on you. Like you'll always see me for the videos I do post in some surrounding the nature because I live for
Mm.
serenity. So I always say that when I'm in those environments, like when I go to work, I'm not only the environment, I become it. You embody it. So everything peaceful, you apply that to your mental and you will actually see what freedom feels like.
Exactly. And I mean, there's always like life around, every particular thing. Unaza, if I was just to answer you based on that. And one of the things PMC was talking about, especially when it comes to movement, movement becomes sometimes in yoga practice, movement has to become like hold on, let me get the guess back. Yeah, movement sometimes has to be, and I want to answer this from a confession because sometimes when people ask me to perform certain postures, and I'm like, no, it's not a performance. It's from the training you're taught, like you have to execute movement in such a way that it becomes meditation. It has to like literally be drawn from within. Like when you execute a posture, it has to look like you've actually internalized, the alignment and all those particular things. Um, because you are told the moment you start performing, for a crowd, that is not yoga. That's a circus. That's a circus. So you lose the meditative bit there. You lose everything. It just becomes like one of those things. And you always have to be very honest, to yourself when it comes to that particular space. And that takes me to what PMC was just saying earlier, because if it is in the space of martial arts, one of the things that you will understand these crafts demand from us is consistency and discipline. How do you maintain consistency and discipline even in the face of, there are days I wake up, I don't want to go to the yoga studio. I'm doing this 90-day split challenge. Trust me, when I got to day number 30, I was like, what am I even doing? Can I just like stop and say I got an injury and just say this was a bad idea? But then I'm like, that inner drive, that made you start, like you wanted to actually challenge yourself and actually execute this. Then you get back to the mat and you're like, you're back, you're fine. You're like, okay, this was just temporary and stuff. So how do you navigate through this? BMC, I see you. How you doing? BMC saying hi to PMC. Black Money Cop is called BMC. So sometimes when Black Money Cop is on the chat and Prod Mixture is on the chat, it gets very confusing because there's BMC and then there's PMC. And some people in Kenya here don't know the difference between the P and the B, which is always a joke we crack. We crack there. BMC, welcome to the live stream. Puriville, thank you so much for that amazing blessings. I really appreciate you, sis. Oni, I see you. Yeah, I think I'm caught up on the chats. Let me allow PMC to answer that. PMC. BMC was on the panel last week. Now we have PMC.
I think you have to remember why you started it in the first place. That's the most important thing to remember. They say that if you are gonna do something, you do it for the long haul, or you do it not at all. And that's why I say I do understand what you're saying, Goga. I've never really had days where I felt I don't want to do this. A lot of what demands my time has really gotten in the way of me staying true to the art form, but I never lost a step. So when I was returning to form in that video I posted days ago, man, it felt like uplifting. I was on the upswing. And it was a good thing about that, because I'm like, not only just to give the audience watching a taste of what I can do, it was just, being happy with self, because I had a rough couple weeks prior to that. And it was just like returning to form was the only answer for me to get out of that slump. So I'm glad that it got a few views and some people enjoyed it. I think the not caring part was negative. You do have some people on here, they'll tell you, oh, nice video, but it's like they didn't really apply any enjoyment while watching you, because you take the time out to do all of this stuff for people, and I don't think they really treasure everything that happens within a video.
Absolutely. And yeah, I like that, because there's something you said earlier, especially when you're talking about the art itself, about how you have to apply your mind to it, the discipline when it comes to it, and stuff like that. When it comes to this particular, I got into yoga, and I always tell to the people who are close to me, they know this story, and I've tried to be very brief about it. So I got into yoga as a cry for help, and this was like about nearly 7 years ago, because I went through depression around that time due to some work, the usual corporate drama that you go through and stuff like that. And I remember I started the practice, and when I actually stepped on the mat the first time, I literally was like, what the hell is going on here? What am I doing? And stuff like that. Then I kept on going back, and I felt most alive with the art and with the craft. That's like the one point I felt so happy. Like it's like freedom. It was just freedom. And then there's something that comes with time. The consistency, brings in, I don't want to say perfection, because perfection, of course, we're never that perfect anyway. But there's a way it brings in, there's a way it brings in precision, when it comes to movement, or what I want to call intentionality, especially when it comes to movement. Like when you do your footwork, and the reason I like watching you move is because there's a way you move. It almost looks like it's like a dance, but not really. You can't really put a finger to it and say it's a dance, but there's just a way. It's so coordinated. Like in such a beautiful way. And that sometimes is literally even the same lessons we learned even in the yoga practice, that sometimes movement has to be very deliberate, intentional, and they even tell you when you are getting out of the movement, it has to really come out. I mean, you get out of a posture the way you got in. That, that intentionality, and that's what I really like about that. Anytime I see you doing the, the footwork and the arm thing, and it's always just so cool. Shiro, I see you're still here. Tati, okay, Tati. Let me see. Yeah, I don't think that any other question. I mean, if you have a question, please don't let me ramble on here, because I can talk to PMC about anything. They may be specifically to me. So if you have any particular thing you want to ask him, please let me know. And then I will actually highlight it for him to see. Anita, welcome to the stream. Maureen, I've never seen you, but yeah, welcome to this particular space. Helen, are you still here? Because Helen, you had a question for Proud. You could ask Helen. You could ask him directly before I ask. The next thing I was going to ask Proud was, when it comes to, I mean, social media, of course, is out. And I remember there's a time we had to be, when I was going through my meditation training, I was off social media for like nearly 2 weeks. They took our phones, they took everything. We literally had to be, incommunicado for like an entire week, and 2 weeks, I think it was a fortnight, thereabout. And one of the things that makes me, and I still remember it from that training, when we came out of that retreat, none of us actually wanted our phones. And then when we finally got our phones and turned them on, it was very sad to realize that the world just moved on. No one missed you, and it's okay. Like, it's just one of those realizations that actually hits you on your face. And that's one of the things that, sometimes I think, even when it comes to spaces like YouTube, or maybe any other person who is creating content, you find that, yeah, sometimes you actually put up a video, you're not really guaranteed anyone is going to watch the video. And then now, the cycle starts, like, why are people not watching me? Am I not good enough? Those conversations we start having in our heads. And sometimes it's not even about you. It's not like people don't like you or anything. It's just maybe, it's just a space. How would you actually, what would you actually advise someone who actually has these particular feelings? Because I know that people beat themselves like hard, when they put up content there, and then no one is even actually interacting with the content. As you alluded earlier, when you said you used to have 2 people on the chat, how would you actually help people with that particular feeling?
I feel, on YouTube regarding that, when people say, how come nobody's watching me? Is it me? I don't think it's them. I think people are naturally going to gravitate towards you over time. You have to be patient, because nothing comes immediately at first. Like, it's work on here. You have to really work and give it some time to see differences. I feel like a lot of times people just have self-doubt to the point where they shouldn't even begin starting something like this, because you are going to get punched on, a lot of times through this YouTube journey. Like, there can be some extremely cold people on here. Like, I feel like if you don't have nothing nice to say, you shouldn't say anything. But I would tell those that feel, oh, it's me. No, I feel like, stay encouraged. Don't give up hope. Keep driving towards whatever purpose you intend to reach, because you telling yourself that maybe it's me, your enemy is going to try to tear you down that same way. So don't speak the lingo of your foes. That's one thing to remember. I just feel like sometimes people can be extremely hard on themselves. I tell my supporter, Do-Re Me, this. A lot of times she's like super critical of herself, and she'll mask it with laughter after. And I'm like, just be yourself. If you're positive and you're yourself, I think more people will resonate with you. But if you're trying to pull the wool over somebody's eyes and be something that you're not, they're going to take to that too. And then time's going to dictate whether they want to support you or they won't.
Okay. Cold Springs Queen says, we nicknamed her Shiro. Cold Springs Queen says that just be yourself and be positive. People don't like depressing stuff. So have fun with it and just project good stuff. People will want to join you, she says. And then, okay, Bunny is there. Okay, helping. Okay, cool. I think I've caught up that. Okay. Another thing probably would be, and I like what you're saying, that patience, and that seems to be one thing that most of us don't have in this particular street. until you get to the other side, and then you realize you start scratching your head. And I pay a lot of respect to you, and also Bapi Yoga Ank. Bapi Yoga Ank, I remember, was the one who taught me how to operate StreamYard, and he always asks me one question anytime he watches my videos. Was it what you imagined? Was being on the other side what you imagined, or do you find yourself, do you find yourself, moving away from, like it's not what you expected? And one of the things I always tell myself is, and I like what you said, remember why you joined in. At first I joined it because I wanted to share the craft, with my community and demystify the yoga practice, because in Africa here, yoga is very fledgling. I mean, just to give you a context, in my city here in Nairobi, you can literally count the number of yoga studios. There are not so many. And so you have to start demystifying these aspects, because you'll get the spiritual group guys who are like, no, that's are you like going to be Hindu or something like that? And then there's like a lot of conversation around that particular space. And that aspect of the passion, like I remember I miss the days I used to make content without the pressure of views, without the pressure of ads and all those kind of things. I miss those days because I feel those days were just so easy and I was having fun and stuff like that. I don't know what you think about it, as I just take the question, because I feel that was the moments I think I used to actually have fun. And I always say, the day I think I feel, the day I realize that it's becoming a second job and I lose the fun, I'll gladly walk away. I would actually gladly walk away from the space, because it means that I'm not being actually true to myself, also as a person. Okay, Salmon is driving as I pick a few questions here. And then Unaza is saying something about gadgets. Hold on. Sorry, guys, I don't know. It's taking too long to highlight messages. Samuel Travel History, welcome to the live. Samuel is a lawyer, all the way. He's based in Kenya. Layla, how you doing, Layla? My guest is all the way from Puerto Rico. You guys have probably talked on the chat. Yeah, guys, if you don't have any question for PMC, I don't want to keep a farmer for too long. He's busy. Yeah. So let me know. Let me know if you have any question for PMC. Please do ask. I don't want to dominate the conversation. You may also have your questions. Your comments, your opinion. You can ask him his opinion on anything. What he loves, his favorite food. Maybe I can ask him that. What's your favorite food, PMC? Do you enjoy African food? That can also be one conversation. Maureen Lack, how you doing? Hold on. Okay, cool. He's trying to fix this. All right. Okay, no question for him. One question probably will just stick to maybe on that space of PMC. Yeah, PMC is he said you actually wanted to come to the panel and actually just have this conversation. In case anybody has a question for him, Pribumi from Switzerland, welcome to the live stream. Nice to see you, Pribumi. I want to ask PMC also a question, especially when it comes to, because I want to stick to this particular space. And I like what he's saying. Buddy says, I think people just enjoy listening today. I've not seen a more calming and well-behaved chat. That is also good. Because I'm seeing the numbers are still intact. So you guys are all still here. So you've not gone anywhere. So you guys are clearly, we are not boring. So you guys are listening in. Then, oh my goodness, you guys are crazy. Okay. PMC, Layla is asking you, why that name?
Because it applies to my multi-ethnicity. And I have a huge respect for geography and culture. Like, I love when cultures are brought together, because the state of the world is in disarray right now, everywhere, on 7 continents. So when I see unity for where you see it, when you see it, it makes me always apply this method to my name. Like, I really have love for everybody. I don't know how to hate somebody. Hate is a very strong word. And I'll tell you honestly, like I dislike some people, but that's as far as it goes. Like I don't hate them because hating them would give them what they want, and that's just gonna defeat me, you know. And life's not about winning and losing, but if it was, you know, I think I'd be winning because I don't know how to show hate. And I think in these terms with YouTube, Goga, I think that the terms clout, hate, or trying to eat off
Mm.
somebody are a bit excessive. They're overused. I think they're outdated because
Yeah.
I've had people in my chat where just like yesterday, you know, I had an idea came up for people to participate in, and one of the supporters was like, "Don't tag me," and she instantly said, "Well, people would eat off my name," and I kind of looked at it negative because I'm like, I don't think that's the case here at all. They just want to tag you because everybody's participating and it was your idea. But sometimes things can take a turn left in the most bad way. And I know how to divert from it so it doesn't carry on. And I think that was better for me to do because, like, some people really get upset over nothing.
And I mean, there's some guys who are making fun of me here because these are people know me. So Shiro is there making fun, saying that I'm not eating. Bunny is there saying that the chat is really behaving. I'm stressed out, guys. We are serious. We are listening to serious things, conversations. Look at the PMC's energy is just calming, and we can't be like crazy and stuff.
I'm reserved. Go. You've known me for a
Yeah,
minute. You know that I'm reserved.
yeah,
I'm just gonna give
you're
you
very,
naturally me.
yeah,
I'm not. I can be
yeah.
witty, I guess. I'm not the guy to bring comedy though. That's not my thing.
No, that's what I'm telling them. Like, yeah, PMC is generally a very reserved guy. Like, but yeah, he's very witty. He will have conversations and everything. Me, of course, I can switch the other side, and that's literally diversity. When it comes to when he talks about how he talks about his multi-ethnic aspect and how different we all are. That's literally what brings in balance in the world we live in. We are people are different and everything, and that's really good because I actually love how the chat. You guys are really behaving. I've never seen people behave like this. I'm very impressed. I'm, guys have behaved, PMC. I'm shocked. Like these guys, you should have seen them last week. And then Leila is saying it must have been difficult growing up, being in that situation. I think she's just trying to pick the conversation about your childhood. Based, I think, on the answer you gave, I think based on the mixed on that multi-ethnic aspect. Omandu is in Qatar. How you doing, Omandu? Omandu is in Qatar. EK, how you doing, EK? EK is in the building. Welcome to the live stream. Sorry, I've not seen you earlier. Shiro, can you guys ask questions? Stop like making fun of me and food. I'm going to eat after this. These guys are like really making fun of me. We have to behave and then we go eat and stuff. I mean, PMC, what time is it in Puerto Rico? It's like what? It's 20 minus 7. It's about 1, I guess.
Yes,
No?
sir. It's 1:15 p.m. here.
Yeah, so you see, it's lunchtime. So Proud Mixture is going to have lunch. I'm going to have dinner. We're about to go eat in a bit. and then look at them. Even this, if Nana is behaved, and this is the most noisy person I know in the chat. I'm glad you're taking notes. I'm glad you didn't all run away. I'm glad you're all here because you're all watching and you're like, okay, guys, we have to behave. What do we ask? Ask anything. At least you both smile. It's good. Yes, we all smile. We all have our art. I'll continue asking the questions because I mean, for me to have this forum and PMC, please feel free to let me know how much time you have so that I don't keep you overly too long because I know you also have like your interest and stuff. Stace, welcome. And guys, connect with Proud Mixed Child. I mean, you guys were literally taught here by Carla the other day how to search for people's names, so you should be able to actually do that. But Bani had also dropped the link. I mean, it's the only Proud Mixed Child I know on YouTube. Like, you'll type it, you'll find him. It's very hard. It's very easy to get. Hey, Secret Black Band, how you doing, mate? All the way from the UK. Nice to see you. I'm still here. I was cleaning, going to take a nap. We leave the library. Okay, Ruthie. Thank you so much for that. I wanted to ask you something, especially when it comes to, because we are talking about, I was thinking about mental toughness, for content creators and stuff like that. And for me, that is actually very important because there are people who can't handle. I mean, and it comes there's a time, I think there's a time on the chat you were discussing the aspect of the people who leave you bad comments. The people who leave you bad comments. The people are just malicious and stuff like that. There are people who you just know this space. We have so many people. You're trying to make content, and then you get some very negative comment that is making you feel some type of way. How do you actually navigate these particular things? Because I know not everybody. I mean, I can easily ignore nowadays because I'm like, attack the craft, not me as a person. If I executed it wrongly, correct the craft, give me the proper correction on that, but don't attack me as a person because you don't know me in that particular space. What is your feeling about this? And I think I'm going to highlight the next question based on that.
I feel like with the comments that are negative, I've had a few, very rare. It appears every now and then, but I delete them, because I'm like, you came in here with nothing constructive to say to me. You just were negative. So why would I give you what you aim for to get a reaction out of me, which you won't? And I always say for people like that, they're ghosts to me, just like trolls that appear. I can't respond to what I don't see. So irrelevancy is the only thing I do see. And what I always say, if you come with a negative energy, you're a smoke screen to me. You fade away into obscurity. So you're doing me a favor by me not responding to you. So if the energy that you're gonna get from that, it might fuel you, it might hurt you.
Yeah.
Some people get a hate comment and get completely discouraged, man. And that's what I tell people. Don't let nobody beat you up. I mean, don't ever be a punching bag for anybody. You have to swing back sometimes and let people know that no matter what negativity they hit you with, you are going to continue. And when they see that, they'll just take their negativity to somebody else because it's a pattern with people like that. So like I said before, that's my personal way of dealing with it. I treat hate like ghost, like I can't see you. So why would I respond to you?
You're a ghost. I love it. You have a question from Nyambura that I've just highlighted on the screen. What about feeling that you give your best to people and you find nothing in return from the other side? Than disappointment or pain. I think that's what she meant. The question may not be, it's not right, it's street related. I think that may be also like a general life philosophy question.
I feel like you can apply that both to YouTube and your personal life. If you're doing good for somebody and they constantly hurting you, you stay loyal to what you do. You even love your enemy. I say, I try not to come off condescending or preach to nobody, but at the same time, I try to get them to understand that just because you're constantly doing for someone that is giving you negative feedback doesn't make you a weakling. So at the end of the day, I just feel like continue doing those good deeds for yourself because that's what helps mold you as a person. And if you were to, resort to doing the tactics they use against you, then you'd be no different than them. And I always tell my 7-year-old nephew, right? He's out here visiting me. I tell him, though you don't understand yet, in time you're gonna see the world isn't always nice. Things aren't always joyful, and that's not to be negative, but I tell him to understand that sometimes you do have to be abrasive. I say life is a zoo sometimes, and we are animals, we're human animals. But at the same time though, I always tell people survival of the fittest brings out your inner savage, even when you don't want it to. So keep that in mind.
Absolutely. Maureen is curious. Is Proud Mixed Child having dreadlocks on? Maureen, why are you asking about the guest here? Yes. Okay, but he can answer. Maybe
I naturally have locks.
Then Maureen, what's with you and hair? I know you because I've seen you in your channel. And then YouTube World is all the way from Durban in South Africa. I just came in and the dude is giving such good wisdom. Yes, he's definitely dropping in some nice wisdom. If you have any question for him, he'll try as much as he can to answer. It can even be out of YT streets, YouTube World. You don't need to confine it to the YouTube streets. Why are you guys talking about food on the chat? EK, Lily, Cold Springs, the three of you. Those three people that are talking about food, it's not a time to go and eat. And Helen is joining that bandwagon right there.
It's elemental, Yoga. I can really touch on that real quick. Food brings us together. If not food, music. If not music, conversation. You know, elemental, all three of those things correlate. They bring us together. We could laugh about them. We could talk about
Yeah.
our like and dislike for them. So there's a little bit of truth. Like I always tell people, all good jokes contain some form of truth.
Yeah. That's 100%. Yeah, they're going to start talking about the food joke comes because some of these people when they come on the panel, they always bring in the food on the panel, and that becomes a whole thing. And then the thing with Cold Spring Queen, I don't know whether it's timing or I don't know what's wrong because Cold Spring Queen, anytime she comes on my live, I'm always eating something for some reason. And she finds I've just come from the kitchen. I wasn't even eating the entire time. And it's like, Goga, why are you always eating on your live stream? I'm like, no, I just came from the kitchen. I'm not always eating on the live stream. So there's a running joke that Goga is always eating on live stream because she only comes onto the live when I'm eating, which is very telling. The timing. And then Maureen says, Goga, I really, wow, proud mixture from YouTube World. And then Maureen says, I really love dreadlocks. I think that's what I wanted to highlight. Oh, curiosity. No, I knew where you are asking. I knew where you are going with that question. So when it comes to food, PMC, because you are a farmer, and this will actually be a very good point to actually talk about, eating when it comes to diet and the kind of food that we eat, especially those of us in this particular fitness space. What is like your take on this? Because I know in the yoga space we have to be very mindful on what we take into our body, because if you eat in a certain way, it will affect the practice. But generally, you're a farmer, you interact with the earth and the plants in their natural environment. But what would be your take on this?
Yes, sir. The thing is, we harvest a lot of green. We have carrots, potatoes, tomatoes, peppers, jackfruit, breadfruit, avocados. A lot of our vegetation was lost during the portion of Fiona because it was over a 2-week period, and I was in a safe haven. So we're reconstructing a lot of what we lost. And I even had an apple tree in my backyard that took some damage, so I have to replant. And I don't follow no specific diets. Yoga, I work out every day for 1 hour, and then 1 hour in the evening, one for the morning to balance it out. And the thing is too, regarding health is wealth. I don't feel right if I don't have a piece of fruit in the morning because it helps the brain circulate. Like one of my favorite forms of just like hobby, I love phrenology because it's a study that is about your brain, the portions of your brain, how you function. And I'm somebody into iconography. One thing that I can apply to both of our sense of artistry is the origami. Origami is one of our hobbies, but it has in common with yoga and martial arts regarding flexibility. So being a farmer, I love the fact that I can produce life. And the way times are going now, right, for everything that's happening, you want to be safe growing your own food as opposed to buying processed food in the market, because there's a lot of things that you can pay the price from and end up in the hospital, end up with stomach poison, and you really have to guard your health. And especially because, like I tell people, pesticidal chemicals are sprayed all over fruits in the store, that can affect you some type of way. So I try to encourage people, like farming and gardening is not for everybody, but I guarantee you it pays its dividends for sustainability and what the future means going forward versus you relying on everything you buy at the market.
Gospel time with Stay saying, Amen, proud mixed child. Confirmation, God is not done with me yet. 100%. Yeah, this was another person who is very big on spirituality. Let me see. These people are talking about food. Guys, if you make me miss the chats because of your food drama. Hey, Island Sisters, how you doing? How you doing, Island Sisters? Let me see. One other thing I like about Proud Mixed Child, guys, and I want to give him a chance to like do it, because anytime I go to his live, he does live streams like probably almost every day, like in the morning Puerto Rico time. That's usually like in the afternoon and I'm at work. So I like how he does his live stream. He never misses chats, and that is so amazing. I don't even know how he does it. Like, it's always like so cool. he'll like recognize you and stuff like that. And the other 2 weeks ago, I think we were talking about how it's important to keep learning even in these particular streets, because you and I have been to our common friend Sanjay, and you see how he normally helps like a lot of content creators and stuff. And I remember when I was starting live stream, I was trying to find my live stream manner. Like I didn't have it. I was so shy. There is no way I could ever actually come on this space and actually express myself or anything. And I remember I kept on going to different spaces and stuff. But one thing I like about your space is how you always welcome everybody who comes into that particular space. And that can be a good point of conversation, advice on just how to manage things like live streams. Some of us here are struggling.
Yes, I mean, I say constantly, Goga, that everybody's opinion matters to me, even if they don't think it's vital to whatever the discussion is, because it helps make the chat. My only uncomfortability with YouTube is we don't really know who's watching us, why they're watching us, which I don't stress because I don't stress over what I can't control. So I kind of level that part out. But I always say, when you come to my chat, you are always welcome. Your support is appreciated and valued. Even if you stay for a second and just say hello and I never see you again, I'm grateful because you took the time out of your life just to appear for me. You don't owe me nothing. I'm nobody to you. I'm not obligated to you. You're not obligated to me. But I do consider your position because some of you have families, some of you have children, you have work. Like myself, I go to work. I try to get people to understand, be considerate, because there is a lot of selfishness in these YouTube streets. Like, some people will get upset at you if you cannot catch a premiere, a video, their monetization party. And you do want to be supportive. I understand that. But life outside of this is much more demanding of your time, because it applies, YouTube's not going to help you avoid eviction. You know what I'm saying? You have things that are demanding of you. You have to go to work. So like I said, I've had people say countless times, go, yo, Proud, I'm sorry I couldn't stay. I'm like, don't apologize to me. You don't owe me anything. But I respect that you have to make your living. So don't ever apologize to me, because I'll understand you faster than somebody else you support might, because some people get extremely upset at it.
Absolutely. Hey Tom, how you doing? Tom, did you get the hours? Because I know Tom was just this close. Tom is actually like guys, he makes like keto food. Like, go to that channel, you'll see keto food. You'll look for meat for a while, but then you'll find it eventually. But he makes vegetarian food like looks like meat. You think it's some steak going on there, but then you're like, that is eggplant. And then, but when you go on nicely, you'll find meat. Some people there some people literally go there to look for meat and stuff.
EK, I saw what EK said about eating uncooked
vegetables. Oh my God, I was avoiding reading it. You can see.
I saw that just now because I can't really see the chat like that, but I eat uncooked vegetables too, Goga. It's not a bad thing, man. You know what? He's right.
I deliberately avoided reading it because I knew he's reporting me to you. So
he's right. There's a lot of benefits to it. Soursop. We have soursop trees here. The Caribbean has a lot of it. Soursop is good for your blood flow. It helps circulate. I'm not sure if you're familiar with cupping therapy, yoga. It allows you to remove the air out of your back, right? Like, for example, if you're feeling stiff, like there's a place in Singapore that does this method. It is painful, but after the experience, you're gonna feel like life is lighter when you experience this. I've undergone it. It's been interesting. I don't think I do it anytime soon, because soursop or natural fruit, like what EK is saying, is a backup to this method. So eating fruit is very vital to you for many reasons.
Nice. Okay. Guys, if you have any question for PMC, I know some of you are just throwing in compliments. He's reading some, but it doesn't have the advantage of like reading. So if you have any question, I'm checking the chats. Tom saying hi to Secret. I was asking Tom whether he rounded off the numbers, because I know last time he was at 100. Tom, I'm sure you've rounded it off, right? Did you like hit the 4K? Did you hit the 4K? I'm always so curious when people are just reaching there after a long journey. Like he was at 106. It was like 106 left to 4K. Can you imagine? Like, that is like literally, just like just there. You're literally there. You're literally there. Rosemary, all the way from Nigeria, Abuja, Twin Tower. Twin Tower, that was a nice premiere. I loved it. I loved it. I loved it. Sorry, I'm trying to like. I'm seeing names, and I have to actually like. Yeah, what have these people been doing? Okay. I don't see any question to the hosts. You guys are just greeting the co-host, which is fine. I mean, I don't mind. And it's good because I've never seen the chat so calm, and you're all here. You've not gone anywhere because I can't see the numbers dropping. So it means you're all here. And then, okay, you have a question here from Island Sisters. Island Sisters, they're originally from Jamaica, but they are in the UK. They are always sailing. You know, the sisters who are always sailing. So she says, don't talk about Sosop. I bought one here in the UK for £21 at the weekend, and my friend thought I was crazy.
I don't think so. I mean, if they really understood the purpose of you just not buying it, but what sour sop entails within, I mean, it's worth the money, especially if you don't have no access to it naturally growing on trees. Because, I always say one thing you do want to extend in your life is your own life. I say life has its problems. There's beauty and struggle. There's ugliness and success. I want to live long. So the hashtag you see in my About Me, Forever 100, means a hope I have to see 100 years old. Because I feel like when you get to that point in your life, it's like a balcony, a vantage point of what you see looking down at a younger version of yourself. Like, I don't know, Goga, if anybody's ever asked you, if you could look at your 15-year-old self, what would you tell yourself to do different than you did at that time?
Good question. I actually have a picture where I think it's close enough to that age. Yeah. It's a funny picture because it's literally just on my bedroom, like the dressing table. What I would just tell myself is, I should. I think I used to take life so seriously when I was younger, and it worked out just fine. And probably it's because of like there was a lot of trauma, especially growing up and stuff like that. Lots of loss. And I used to worry so much. I think after, because 15 I just finished. I just joined high school or something like that. So I would tell myself, it all works out eventually. But you don't have that benefit at that particular point, and it's just the reality of life. You have a question from Ike. Before I know you're going to react to that, Ike is asking, co-host, I want to visit Puerto Rico. Where would you recommend? Now these people want to go on holiday.
I mean, it depends on where you're trying to go. I'm sorry, Yoga. What's that, brother?
No. I just remembered something you told BMC about. Did you call Puerto Rico once the island of enchantment or something like that? I can't remember.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yeah. So I wanted you maybe to answer him based on that, because sell your country.
There's a lot of different places out here that I would recommend. I mean, the thing about my job is not only the responsibilities I have on the farm, we transport produce to other farming families in different parts of this island. Like Ponce is another portion of this island. It's in the middle of Puerto Rico, which is about 2 hours from where I currently am. Bayamon is another place, which is about 25 to 30 minutes. But again, it depends on traffic, because Jamaica's not far from here, and neither is British Virgin Islands.
Oh, nice. Let me see. Island Sisters is speaking your thoughts on this. Thank you, Proud Mixture. 2 things I do well in life is eat well and live well. You really had to say it, Island Sisters. You really had to say it. She definitely, I agree. Go, guys, go check that channel out. Those people, they are wild. They are wild. But they live and eat well, for sure. And then Nyambura says, I like that answer. He answered my question. Thank you very much. And I get something new. Of life is a zoo, and we are all animals. 100%. Now you want to know which kind of animal I am. Okay, Nyambura, now you have been figure it out. Are you alive? That's good. I love the humor sometimes in this chats. Okay, Samuel, I'll still be here most likely, but I'm not going to stay for long. I'm not doing a 12-hour live stream, guys. I'm not doing that craziness again. I'm not doing it. Today I'm leaving. 3 hours maximum. I'm not staying here beyond that time. That 12-hour craziness was crazy. I'm not doing that craziness. Last time I was held hostage in my own live stream PMC, just to give you context. So there are people here who think I'm going to be on live stream for 12 hours. And I'm like, nope. I even have my timer here. It's running. 3 hours on the dot. Out. I go eat my dinner. Okay, let me say that you have any question for PMC because it's just moving very fast. Yes, guys, you all have jackets, so please be use the link sparingly, because that's the reason. Otherwise, the jacket defeats purpose. If you have a wrench, just like you can connect to that particular space. So I agree with Bunny on this one. Let me see. I don't know. PMC, if you see any other question, please let me know. Sometimes I'm very slow on these things.
I wanted to touch on what
Helen.
The question was, about the animals. There's a thing, right? Four-legged animals are called quadrupeds. Two-legged are called bipeds, which makes us, we're just animals in a different form. And the reason I say that life is a zoo is because life is a cage. We're in prison. We're still doing servitude for many reasons. Like, when you go to work, you're not working to be paid for the time you put in your perseverance, your work. You're working to make the outfit you work for make money first. And then they pay you whatever they think your time is worth, not value you for your efficiency. And the only time they may show you some sort of appreciation is if you talk about quitting to find something greater. Because why would a person try to keep you if they didn't value you for 1 year, for example, and then only for you to recognize where you stand, right? In life, you'll be more underappreciated than appreciated. Like, people don't give you your flowers when you're living. They wait to decorate your grave when you're gone.
Okay. Before I take you to the other question, which I think is very important, what does this mean? Pura Vida co-host. Samuel speaks Spanish, so he's trying to flex.
Pura Vida means pure life.
Wow, amazing. Yeah, he speaks Spanish. Sometimes he's saying bye on the chat, on the live stream in Spanish, and speaking all other languages, and the rest of us just like stare in amazement.
Samuel, is he Latino? Eres pregunta Latino. Meaning I'm asking
Samuel,
if he's Latin.
I want to make fun of him because he's from Kenya, so I want to tell him, Sam, did you hear that? Because I'm going to make fun of him. He'll probably jump on the panel later on, but yeah, I will want to make fun of him with that one. Yeah, we have our own drama there. Ikekia is asking, when is the best season because of hurricanes and stuff? Can you even predict hurricanes though? I guess he's planning to visit Puerto Rico. He's asking when is the best season.
The best seasons are usually early. Like our driest season is in August, like the hottest. And the temperature can get up to 100 plus here. Sometime 90, the highest. But at night, since the temperature cools, maybe about low 70, maybe 60. It depends. So, like I said, that's what that means. But I mean, that's the problem with the islands anyway.
Yeah. You have a question from Helen. This is the one I wanted you to just. Helen says, "Goga, I have issues with anxiety. What can Proud Mixture say about this?"
There's so many things about anxiety that are the case. Like, I have a friend out here, Stephanie. She has severe anxiety attacks, and because of that, she is appointed to work at home because she doesn't know how to really interact with the public. And people say to her, "You look completely fine," but what they don't understand is it's internal, like what's wrong, not external. So like I said, anxiety, the best way to cope with it is find something that makes you laugh. Try not to be around a super negative environment. That's one way.
Nice. I like that. Okay, as YouTube world is actually second in the same question. Hey Tanisha, how you doing? How you doing, Tanisha? As I figure out this. These data moving so fast. Let me look for the now. Some of you love start helping me read these questions. Yeah, yeah. Beth, I thought is that question right? Shiro is asking. Shiro, can you address the co-host? Proud Mixture is actually the guest. I'm hungry. What are you cooking? Maybe you should ask the co-host what he's going to have for lunch. I'm going to have some beans and rice and some carrot salad. Shiro, that's my dinner. That's my dinner. I hope I've answered you. Vegetarian, purely like dry food stuff and stuff like that. Yeah, but I like and I just want to pick on what he said. Avoid the triggers, especially when it comes to anxiety generally. And it could be, for me, my anxiety is very, and it always sounds weird, my anxiety, and don't judge me for it, my anxiety is phone calls. Like my phone never rings, and it's just because I don't like hearing the phone ring at all. I always say I will get back to you at my own particular time, because for some reason, I don't know, it's just been something that I've been paying more attention to for the last like 4 years. Um, yeah, so it's permanently on silent. I think the only time it makes noise is maybe when I've set an alarm from it and stuff like that. Phone calls just give me anxiety for some reason. And for me to manage that, I said I'm just going to silence it for a while. And then in case I need to get back, so somebody say, what if it's urgent? What if somebody's dying? What if, like, I'm like, no, people will always find alternatives. And it's okay, I just need to protect that space because I don't want to feel that type of way. And then Akoya says, I think is following up on you, PMC. Anxiety has kept me on Medix for the last 3 months and continuous migraines.
I'm real sorry about that, Helen. I don't know what you're dealing with. I can't pretend to fathom what you're dealing with. There are natural alternatives you can go to, natural herbs, remedies, because pharmaceuticals, there's, a lot of issues with that. I mean, and if you notice any advertisements, they always explain to you that there's more side effects than benefits. And then, if you're having a breakdown, right, and you're not able to get in touch with your local doctor or physician, then what? You'll most likely crash. So I'll keep you in my prayers.
I like what YouTube World was late for this, but I think you should read it because their PMC talked about it earlier. I'm thinking of Fat Ninja. Rest in peace to our wise brother. He would love Proud Mixture. Thank you for sharing your wisdom. They actually knew each other.
Yeah, we were
And maybe you
connected.
can.
He was in my last stream before I got the news about him dying. And the thing is, I don't know what he died of, but I do know that he had a history with like heart issues. So I'm assuming it may have been a heart attack or a stroke. God rest his soul.
Yeah, it was, yeah, we were connected, and that tells you like how people are just so, you like see that circle, and they just come it's come like round very nicely and stuff like that. Yeah, because YouTube World, I think, was on that live stream, the last live stream where Fat Ninja was on the panel. I think that's why like he was speaking. I think where we were actually saying when you were doing the tribute live stream, we were saying probably that was like, it was like a sign of out of the world. It was very actually direct that day. Let me see. Guys, if you don't have a question for the host, I don't want to keep the host longer. These are farmer. When you shine, I shine. Yeah, Fat Ninja's famous last words on my live stream. When you shine, I shine, 100%. And it goes, I think, to what PMC was talking about, how the humanity generally, and how we are obligated to actually make sure that we live in harmony with other people and other human beings. And I like making part of this because even Proud Mixture can also be very like how do I put it? He can also be very polite, as much as he may be direct sometimes on his live streams. I always notice there's like a very nice element of humanity, correction, guidance, and stuff like that. And for me, I always appreciate when you go to a space and there's some humility in learning. Nobody has monopoly of knowledge, but there's a way somebody can teach you something in such a way that it will stick because of how kind they were, when they were actually putting it across. And I always find that, especially in his space. And I guess that's why I always keep going there when I'm like, I'm not busy or anything, or maybe when I'm just about to leave for home. So I think that's actually very crucial. Right. I don't know that I can't see any question. Let me see. I think I'm up to date, guys, on chats. Bunny saying stop to professional. Okay. Let me see. There's a question for you from EK. Co-host, do you agree that reducing meat intake and more greens helps a lot with cardiac conditions?
To an extent, yes, because you have to balance out everything you eat. If you notice, like even some meats are plant infused now. Plant-based diets are like on the rise. Like it started with keto and then it took off from there. Diets aren't really the answer to everything because vegans and vegetarians end up hospitalized often because the reduce of protein. They don't get enough meat. Some of them don't eat dairy. I was just talking about this yesterday in my chat where I was explaining to somebody about acid reflux and the dangers of it. Like lactose intolerant people tend to get that, like with orange juice, dairy. So it really matters what you put in your system. But then again, it stems from what's hereditary in your family too. Because anytime you go to your doctor, they'll tell you, um, if you come from a family that has diabetes, any illnesses that can affect you in the near future if you're not careful. So
Absolutely. And I like how people are giving salutations to our fallen soldier Fat Ninja from Black Money. I say salute Fat Ninja, rest up. Tom Gavi, our keto cook, our resident keto cook, says Fat Ninja reached out to me. Hold on, and he was going to try my plan. Wow, wow, that's amazing. He literally touched all of us. That's for sure. And you say Fat Ninja actually wrote you an email, right?
yeah, because I had a meltdown on the stream the
Yeah.
night before, and he reached out like, hold it together, who's gonna carry the torch if the one you carry burns out or you don't anymore? And I needed that fuel because I didn't get to know Fat Ninja enough over time to really be a judge of his character. But I'm glad that he personally asked me for my contacts because I don't do anything outside of social media. But I needed
Yeah.
that fuel to keep going because Goga, I'm not bulletproof. Every man has his vices, and I have had times where I literally wanted to give up on her. I'm not gonna lie to you guys about that. Like sometimes this can be painstakingly hard. You have hardships on here, and like you said about the comments, I mean, it doesn't matter what people say, but we all have feelings, right? Some people can be
Mhm.
very cold with what they say, and that can
Yeah.
just kill any drive you have. And I mean, that's a point where you learn if you endure it enough, it'll either make you or break you. So I think I took what Fat Ninja said and applied it with a new type of energy to going forward.
I love it. I love it. And I like what there's a question here before I just thank you guys. I like now that the fact you're actually asking questions. You guys have now, yeah, you've warmed up to the guest. I suffer from social anxiety, and the only good thing that came out of it is my writing. This is what I believe in. As you climb the ladder, lend a hand to those that need that help to climb. Facts.
That's true. I mean, think of
And
YouTube as a trench, right? You're swimming, right? There's a raft in the middle of the ocean. There's going to be a portion of people that want to pull you up, but more are going to watch you drown because the majority is always favored over the minority. We're the minority. We're small YouTubers on the cusp of coming up. Think of it like that.
yeah. Oh, I love this. I call you my sons because you shine like one. That's so cool, BMC. That's so cool. Let me see. Let me see any other question I may have. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Gosh, this is okay. But I remember. Okay, these guys are now talking. Guys, I guess I don't want to start a fight on food, meat versus vegetables and stuff. But anyway, there's a farmer on the live stream, so they could comment on this because they are wearing that hat as well. And I don't know. I'm just curious, PMC. So farm in your farming, it's mostly like the plants and stuff, or do you also venture into the animal farming? Like it could be dairy, um, or how is that? I'm just curious before I come into Nyambura and Ike's talks on this.
There are 15 chickens, 4 horses, 3 cows, and 2 pigs, and they're handled. Everybody's assigned to a portion of that land. It's 30 acres. And it took my
Yeah.
aunt
Oh,
21
nice.
years to get that. She's 71 years old. So you see what
Whoa.
perseverance can do. That's one of my biggest inspirations. Like land is the way to live, because you don't have nobody occupying you, telling you what you can't do. You're literally free till that time comes.
Okay, I have hold on. I want to just highlight this for a bit. So you have a comment here from Ike. Ike is like I call Ike my big brother. Ike is always my co-host on the live stream. Especially when I'm getting tired and I need to go eat. So that's when he comes, and that's the drama around food and everything. Because he always comes and he's having chicken or pizza or something, making people feel hungry. That's the drama that we are talking about, the undertones of the chat. So Ike says, proud mixture, I got my first mental breakdown last Wednesday. I'm trying to climb out of it. It's a nasty experience.
Well, I think, gather up a plethora of people you trust, that you talk to, that you deal with, and make you laugh, make you forget about what you just endured. I think that's the best way to do that, because if you don't, then you're going to stay in this frame of mind and it's going to defeat you. So you have a purpose on here. And that's why I always tell everybody that talks about quitting, like I was one of those people. Experience can't be questioned, but socialize yourself with good energy and focus on what it may be that you're doing that you're not entirely happy with. Because sometimes we have breakdowns for what we're doing, and it can be some things that we're doing wrong. So I pray that you get out of that, but even find things that make you laugh, right? Try to take your mind off of what got you that meltdown in the first place. But trust me, everybody loves a comeback. So keep that in mind.
Wow, YouTube world, I'm excited. I'll actually have you up to come and read for us. I'm always excited to listen to authors and the work you're putting, because that is also creation. That is actually you allowing us into the deepest parts of your being as a person. So I always respect authors and the work they put out there, because it means they're actually sharing with us their innermost fears, their realities, their lived experience. I'll be looking forward to that one. Let me see. Okay, let me see if there's any question. Oh my god, I'm so far. Hold on, guys. Sorry. You guys are crazy. Look at what somebody is asking you, PMC. I mean, do you need a hand help in? Why you guys care about?
I have assistance, but hey, an extra hand wouldn't help. I mean, wouldn't hurt. My fault. Sorry about that. Yeah, hey, that would be great.
Hey Raquel, how you doing? Raquel Cottonwood Ranch all the way from Canada. Welcome to the live stream. How you doing, Raquel? Raquel, there's a group of people who made me do this for our live stream. She's one of them. There's Raquel, there's Sheena, who's the other guy? There's a guy. I'm not doing that challenge again. I'm sticking to 12. That's enough for me. I'm not doing 24-hour live streams. It's not happening. Yeah. And then Tom says I have to get to the kitchen again. I can't thank you enough for your support. I'll be talking to you later. Okay, Tom, thank you so much. You have to go do what you have to do. Tom is a 68-year-old guy who does keto. He cooks keto diets and everything. He's a grandpa literally, because I remember we were having that conversation. I was on his live stream on Sunday. I joined up his panel just briefly to say hi to him. And I really felt welcomed in that space. So thank you so much, Tom. I really appreciate it. Let me see the questions. The true test of character is how you handle hard times. What do you think, PMC? That's from Shiro.
I agree. You know what I mean? Because every instance you're presented with is a test. Like, life is a test, period. And refusal is actually worse than acquiescence. So never really refuse anything to show that you're brave enough to step in. And I like to say life sometimes is like a shark tank. Step in there and get a limb torn off you. You'll survive it if you're mentally strong enough. I use that method to fuel self, because sometimes you can only be your biggest motivator as opposed to who's around you.
Yeah, that's true. Let me see. Hey, Momolicious, how you doing? Momolicious, how you doing? This is another crazy person. He's my channel member. I just saw her because I haven't seen her for a while. She opened a spa the other day. Business must be very busy. I don't even see you on YouTube anymore. She used to have 5 live streams in a day. I don't even see a single one. Life is happening. Welcome to Mental toughness for content creators. You need it. You battle like a lot of things. You're a mother. You are a wife. She calls herself the richest working wife of Diani. It must be easy. It must be hard. No, Sukprit is saying that you're feeling cold. PMC, do you want to answer this?
I'm sorry, what's that?
Sukprit Punjabi boy says, like you're feeling cold. Like I probably need to give you like a jacket, a real one.
No,
this is
I'm
what
all
she's
right.
saying.
It's just a sense of style.
Ooh!
I have a different, like I tell people, I'm just different. You know how they say
What?
that? Yeah, I'm different.
I love it. And then Momolisha is asking, my kids were asking about you today. Guys, you see the things you people do. This is a mother. The kids are even, she's always like camping on my live streams. Now the kids are asking, how comes you're not going to Goga's house? Now she had to come here because the kids are asking her. She made her kids sing for me happy birthday. So I think that's why they're like, why are you not singing happy birthday again to like Goga? I appreciate you for that, Mama. You've made my evening with that comment. What's your StreamYard link, Goga? I got time today. For the reading. Awesome. I will definitely share it out. Let me just capture the questions so that I don't ruin that flow. I have been Ike about the mental breakdown and stuff. Okay, hold on. Guys, have I missed any questions? Sometimes this chat moves so fast. Hey, Bakastock. Punjabi boy, I said hi. And then appreciate Ike saying, appreciate you guys. Going back to the heart of worship has always calmed my spirit. Nice. I mean, PMC said that earlier, whatever makes you, be at your 100%, do it. Let me see. I don't think I've skipped any comment. Guys, if I've skipped your question, just ask it again, okay? Just ask it again. And put the YouTube emoji that I like, then I will see it. Because I seem to see that emoji as the first thing in every chat nowadays, which is weird. Put that emoji. You know that emoji of mine, the blue one, the one that is laughing. Yeah. I like this. I like what TK is saying because this, I think, is PMC. Bunny is saying this. I've been that person for some time lately, and it's rough, especially if you are naturally not talkative people. Also, in the world right now, hard to trust somebody because of fraud. And then Helen says, I want PMC to respond to this. Every time I feel the need to talk to someone, they say I'm joking and never take anything seriously because I try to put a smile on their face. And yes, PMC, I want you to actually talk about this because I like what you said about as humans, we are infallible. It is like it's not like as much as we may be doing things. There's always a face you show the world, and there's deep down the demons you have to deal with, for lack of a better word. So Helen here says that, Helen is very funny. She's quite an affable person. I crack jokes with her every other time. But, there are people you'll never understand in case you're going through something. How would you actually advise somebody just to navigate this particular situation? Because sometimes there's a face you want to show the world, and then people have this idea of what we need to be like.
I mean, society's always going to have a perception of you, and it's misinterpreted. A lot of times, like, I get told I'm too serious because I'm a realist, and I'm direct, but I can be polite. I understand what it takes to be courteous, but courtesy is lost in a lot of regards. So it's okay to not be okay. Sometimes you have to disconnect to reconnect. That's what I would, tell you, Helen. It's okay. Sometimes you gotta step away and just disconnect from the social outlet and take in tune outside of life what you're not getting enough of that has nothing to do with work. You know how they say, empty your mind of everything that has nothing to do with what's stressing you out. Because a lot of times people only focus on, I gotta do this, but they never relax and see what they're missing out on. So I think that's the best way to handle that.
Thank you so much for that. Hey, Laken, how you doing, Laken? Look who's on the screen, Laken. Laken Kiss is also one of my other channel members. That's why I have like to acknowledge her. Welcome to the chat, Laken. How you doing today? How you doing today, girl? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Mercy, welcome. Mercy is Kenyan living in Uganda, but I think she's more Ugandan now than Kenyan. But I mean, it's fine. We are all one anyway at the end of the day. Guys, if you don't, ask the host any question. I actually I don't have anything else to ask, so I'm now leaving him to you so that you don't say, Goga, but you dominate. For some of you here tomorrow you'll be coming to my Instagram. Like, Goga, you didn't even allow me to ask the question. I'm like, but he was there. Like, and then you'll attack me on my next live stream when I'm having coffee. Because that's when you time me when I'm eating. There are people here. They can see. They know what I'm talking about. Okay. I like what. Let me see. I think I skipped something. Hold on. Yes. What is realism? I think that's what Unaza is asking you. PMC.
Realism is just, when I say I'm a realist, I mean I live realistically. Like, denial is like fantasy. You have to deny it doesn't do you any favors. You have to face every situation where you just be real about what you're in, because life is not a game, it's reality. So being a realist just means embracing realism as it is.
I love this. Isla Sister says, disconnect to reconnect. Some words. Guys, I told you to get your notepad when I came here. When I was making noise before PMC came up, because I told you guys, like, let's do all the craziness before he comes up, because clearly. Yeah. So I told you, get your notepad, because you'll be getting some real wisdom here. Yummy Kitchen, how you doing? Saniki, bye. I'll see you on Friday. And I like what Nyambura is saying. It's okay not to be okay. It's good to connect and to reconnect. I like that. Okay. You guys are echoing his sentiments. Bunny is saying, Goga, I will come to your IG and tell you you didn't invite or say hi to spam. Oh my goodness. Can you behave? We have a guest. We'll solve the domestic issues and the guest is gone. Like, okay, so PMC, let me give you context of what she's talking about. So when I started live streams, because I was totally new to live streams. I think I joined my first live streams this year. So when I was joining live streams to start doing looking for my WH, I used to do my yoga and everything, the Ashtanga challenge and everything. So I never used to have people to man for me the chat or anything. I only used to have one moderator, but you see, they're also busy. They may not really be there the entire time and stuff. So I remember there's a time I didn't know what even spam is. So there's a time I think spam came on the chat and I said hi to the spam. Bunny has never recovered from it. Like, so I'm always reminded, like, you are saying hi to spam, and I was there, and they were like, and I didn't have moderator to get rid of it for you. So that's it. Like, yeah, guys, we come from far. I was learning. I was in the I'm a process. I'm a process. I respect my process, and I trust it for sure. Hey, Fabulous Aunt, how you doing? Fabulous Aunt was feeling unwell over the weekend. She can't travel to Kenya anymore for this month. I hope you're getting better. To be realistic, is it good or not? From Unaza.
It's a good thing because it means that you're living in tune. If you're not realistic, being unrealistic is a bad thing. I mean, basically, it's like living a lie. You know how they say that? How I said about irony earlier? When we say we don't care, we do care, because if you didn't care, you wouldn't respond to what you say you don't care about.
Absolutely. YouTube World says trust the process. I have to remind you how much I guess Unaza, and I know why Unaza may be pursuing this line of questioning. Unaza, like, how much then should we be realistic? Because I know sometimes we kind of dumb down so that we make some people feel better or something like that, so we don't actually bring ourselves 100%. I don't know that that's what you're trying to ask, and maybe PMC will actually, I think, get get that particular thing.
Be realistic all the time, because again, if you're living, it's like they say, I always say that there's 4 things on this planet. There's skeptics, cynics, pretenders, and critics. at least all four of those apply to one of us, or all four apply to us. And I'm not gonna deny this because I'm a skeptic. I'm always questioning what I engage in because you never know what the end game is of the situation you're in. So you definitely have to say, well, what happens at the end of this? And you can't prepare for the unknown. That's what I'm really driving towards. So try to be realistic all the time if you can be.
Yeah, absolutely. And at the end of the day, and I remember, I don't know, it's interesting. I have to like reference Fat Ninja because I don't know, for some reason, I guess the spirit is directing me there. He said something close to that because I remember he said that, you know, when you are not realistic, and even when you're not being real, people will see it with time. You know, you can't put up a facade for like very long. It will fall off. It will fall off, and people, you'll actually be exposed. And that's why it has to be like I think it has to become like it's literally has to be you. It has to be like you. People know that you are a very realistic person. You are a very honest. What did he say? A honest person, somebody who has integrity, somebody they can actually, you know, they feel comfortable around. It has to be literally your entire essence. So you don't want to create of what you think you should be, and then, you know, you end up losing yourself in that process. I guess that's what I would just add. And what if I say I don't care, but inside I feel guilty? Nyambura asks.
Then you'd be caring because you wouldn't feel anything if you truly didn't care. I mean, it's like
I love
it's
that.
like when they say that, how people say, well, I don't lie. Saying that you don't lie is a lie in itself. We all do it.
Absolutely. It's true. And that's why you have to qualify it before you say it. uh, and then let me see. Helen says, I love the fact that people allow me to cause drama in their lives and we laugh about it. You guys help me a lot in healing. I mean, if that's why I think I like what PMC was telling you earlier before I give him a chance to react. Like, you have to go to gravitate towards spaces that make you feel that they don't trigger that anxiety, gravitate towards those particular spaces. It could be your friends, it could be your husband, as you said earlier, it could be a hobby that maybe you engage in, something like that. I don't know if PMC you have any comment on that, because I think
I was just gonna say, Goga, real quick, that there was a guy, he came on my stream, Carl Rock, shout out to him. He was asking me questions, and the first thing I told him on everything he asked me is, don't take what I say for face value or literally, because I don't have all the answers. Sometimes it's best to get a second opinion because somebody might oppose everything I'm saying, which isn't a crime. Like, we are not gonna agree on everything, and that's okay as long as the civility maintains within the exchange. Then that's what it's all about.
100%. Let me see. We are all a work in progress, yoga. Just goes to show. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. I learned from it, Island Sisters, and it's part of growth. It's part of growth. And I was actually like reflecting on something today, because I think I was trying to read up on something around mental toughness. They say that growth begins growth begins where the comfort ends. And sometimes when you're in these white streets, sometimes that moment when you feel like you're being pushed to just stretch yourself a little bit further, that is where the growth happens. Yeah, that's literally that point where you're like doing something you're not like ordinarily you'd actually not even imagine doing it. That is a point of growth. And maybe I would actually want to ask PMC, for you, how has growth manifested, not just in terms of this particular space, but also maybe if you had to look back at yourself, the question you're asking me like 15 years ago, when I was 15 rather, but generally, if you had to look at your old self and now, would you actually attest that there's growth? You have to push yourself out of that discomfort.
I would say, looking back at a younger version of myself, I would say, fix your mistakes before you decided to correct them, because I'm not somebody that does things at the spur of the moment. And when you try to clean up your mistakes at the last minute, you kind of double the price you pay. So looking back, I would have been like, do better than you did when you decided to wake up and see that light. Because if you refuse, there's always consequences after good deeds too. Like, people never think about that. even a good decision has a consequence that you don't think, oh, nothing's bad coming out of this, but it's something about life. You live and you learn. At least you're supposed to.
Okay. Bunny says we should try and grab PMC again and do part 2 or something. Sure, why not? It's very easy to find. I know how to locate him. You just need to go and make noise on his live stream, and he will be here. And then Unaza asks, "Do you think that all things are in our control if we are being realistic all the time?"
If you're realistic all the time, I mean, because you're not going to be realistic all the time. It's natural, but you understand that you cannot control everything. I think that's sometimes people's biggest gripes with creation is that you can be driven and you could want a dream career, but it doesn't mean you're destined to have it. I think that's what people have a problem settling with. Like, you don't control your destiny because you can work hard for $1 million, right? It doesn't mean that you're going to have it. And you can be the hardest working person on this planet.
Okay, I was going to, let me see. I think I wanted to say something here. Okay, I think you've been answered there. What was I going to say? Gogo, you should do more of this. You have opened up conversation. I'm actually glad. And then Helen says, I like going to channels which have drama. There is no drama here, Helen, today. You can see the way we are so chill and mellow and quiet.
Hey, she's
there
honest,
is no drama. No, there is no drama here, Helen. There is no drama. What drama is here? We are very quiet. We've been behaved. And Bunny pointed it out earlier. This chat is so behaved today. Like, you guys are so, like, I'm shocked. The drama you guys take me through every week. But I like the energy of the guests because he's a very calm person. He brought in that demeanor, and that is what you get. It's so interesting how it just took that natural flow,
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
It is a lot easier said than done, because it takes an excruciating amount of pain to move mountains. You apply that to your mental and apply it to your life and see how hard it is. You know what, Goga? I have a saying, brother, two people may never meet, and the reason is two men may never meet, but a mountain always will. And what separates that is ego and pride.
Nice. Wait. Okay. Okay, I think this is what PMC responded. Nyambura. Oh my goodness, Nyambura. PMC, I don't want to read this, but let me see. I'm a farmer. I do farm snails for medicine. Can we do it together? I saw your premiere on this. I was like, I watched it until the end before I left my comment.
I had to watch that to really give an answer.
I know. I had to watch that premiere, get her context, and then I wrote.
So I think Goga froze, guys. You're welcome listening. Ego and pride are killers to a man's life and soul. Absolutely. The sisters frozen Goga. Yeah, Goga got a technical difficulty. He'll be back. Goga's connection has disappeared. Back.
Oh, sorry, I don't know what happened. I think Wi-Fi up. How much damage was done while I was away?
Minimal. No, I'm just kidding.
Guys, this is one person I can trust with. Some of you here, the day I left you in charge to go get coffee, by the time I came back, people had been taught, I don't know what, on like to go where, go Google something. It was so wild. Let me see. I love Goga drama. It makes me laugh. Oh my God. Shiro, can you behave? We have a guest. PMC doesn't know I love drama. PMC knows I'm very quiet as a yoga person. Just kidding. I like that. Yeah, I like this. Goga, we came to show you in good light, but it's PMC, it's his energy that is contributing to the chat. I love it, and I respect that. I totally respect that. It's amazing. Hey Flora, how you doing? How you doing, Flora Koile? Welcome to the live stream, the newest baby on YouTube streets. Flora, you have a friend on the panel. You can ask anything. I know you are the one who is very big on philosophy and these kind of issues. So Proud Mixture is very grounded, especially when
Hello.
it comes to these issues. Um. Oh my goodness, Bapi Yoga Ang, thank you so much for that blessing. We were talking about you earlier. Bapi Yoga Uncle, guys, is the guy who taught me everything I needed to know on StreamYard. And I want to explain this way because Bapi Yoga Uncle set a call. It was 4 in the morning in Kenya, very early in the morning. Like I had to wake up so that he takes me through the entire thing. And by the time he was done, I was ready to start live streams. How amazing is that? I've never met him. We just met on these whitey streets. Just the power of community and stuff like that. Never looked back. Now look at me, looking like I'm the expert. But because I learned and I was willing to learn, and I always respect the time he spent to just come and talk to me and help me through it. Hey Mama Handprint. Let me say that I'm missing questions because Divina, how you doing, Divina? Thank you so much for coming in. I will my yogi as well. I will. Guys, do you have a question for the host? I don't see any question. I know it disappeared briefly. Oh, Mercy is asking. She's asking in Swahili. Proud Victor can speak a bit of Swahili, so don't think that he may not.
I need translation with that, Goga.
Kwani host amejifunika. Why? No, he said it's a style. They were asking why you are covering your head and stuff.
It's a style.
He said it's a style. He looks like he's one of those. Yeah.
See?
Let me ask a question on behalf of Maureen about your locks. How long have you been keeping this? Like, growing them and stuff? Because I know they take time. They have so much work and everything.
It's taken about almost 2 years to get this long, but your hair is your crown. It symbolizes knowledge. A lot of people don't understand that. I mean, you think about Samson in the Bible, he gave his secret weapon to a woman who loved him but deceived him. And if I was to cut my hair off, I would feel stripped of what I know.
And that's why there's always that, that practice of cutting our hair. It's normally very symbolic. Okay, guys, as I wait for PMC, let me see. Oh my goodness, you guys, you chat so much. How much have I missed? Shiro, Goga, look at me. I know you want to ask about food. Bapi Yoga saying you are an expert. You do more or less than anyone I know. Keep at it. You are now DJ Goga. No, I did a 12-hour live stream. I'm not doing that craziness again. That's why I draw the line now. This is why I draw the line. Okay, there's a question here. Is there any way or step to follow to let go of anything that is driving you crazy? Because you hear people saying let go like it's an easy journey. Oh my God, I have an answer for this.
You can only really move forward the best you know how to, because everything in your life that attracts, good or bad, you have to understand you can't escape what you attract. Sometimes you don't want to attract anything. It could be a situation, it could be a person, it could be anything. A person, place, a thing, a noun, one of those 3 factors. So you just have to try to work towards leaving your past in the rear view mirror, but put it in its place, because you can't forget. It's always going to be something that's with you.
Yes, your hair is your crown. So much power therein. Yep, Flora is agreeing. Gogo, we've been here for long. Are we keeping PMC capture? Yeah, that's actually a good question. Actually, PMC has stayed because I know I promised him 1 hour, but I feel so I don't want to chase him as well because he was the main guest. So I want to actually leave him now to wing it. He can now, if you guys are not asking questions, what do we do? Because he's a farmer, he has commitments, and I always respect that, so I don't want
I'm
to keep him
actually off today.
Oh, okay, cool. So so I can guess we'll see whether there are any questions. You're like he's off. I knew I was going to have him for 1 hour, and that's why I promised him like 1 hour at most tops, so that I don't keep him like locked. I don't like keeping guests, it just feels wrong. It always feels wrong. Because I remember you told me you had to go somewhere. I think you had to drop off on another panel or something. So I was also being mindful of that. Okay, why do you have? I love this. I love this. I love this. I love this, PMC. Just let go. Why have someone live in your head rent free? It's a choice.
That's true, but a lot of people don't understand that. You know, there's a lot of people that harp onto things for years until it like damaged goods destroys them and takes them to cause and commit suicide in some regards because too much is for them to bear. So if they can't deal with it one way, they'll take themselves out of this world.
True. And then Flora here is asking, I came late. What kind of farmer? Okay, these your fellow farmer asking questions. Don't worry, they're just now interested.
Fruits and vegetables, produce farmer.
Yeah. So yeah, Flora, you got that vegetables there. But yeah, he talked about chickens. I had horses there. It's a 30-acre farm by the aunt, and it's a full-time activity. And I want to ask this because I know we've had this conversation before. I know you've had a corporate history as well. Um, how was the transition? Because I know there's always, even here in Kenya, there's always a conversation on how we can get the youth to do more of farming. Because they can, instead of looking for jobs, going to school to get all these qualifications, and then the unemployment is so high, it's not guaranteed that you're going to get a job. So how did you make that particular transition, to get into farming as opposed to dressing like me here? I'm still in my office clothes because I just came and I joined the live stream after work. Um, so maybe you can share something about that briefly as I fish for.
Coming from a background of farmers definitely opened the doors for me in making the transition because a lot of times I have had, my last job prior to this was managing a sneaker store, Foot Locker. And I felt like the checkered shirt was a prison uniform because in corporate space, a lot of times you're in prison. They don't allow you to have no creative freedom towards what your job entails. And then if your team makes a bad mistake, it all falls on your lap. I think that's unfair, but life isn't fair. That's just the problem. You have to suck up a lot of things in life, but that doesn't mean that you should tolerate disrespect. You are human. And that's what I meant about us being inhumane towards each other earlier in the chat when I was addressing the zoo referencing. And this has definitely helped me be happier because sometimes no matter if you're working to survive, are you happy? That's the biggest question. A lot of people don't take the time to ask themselves. When's the last time you went out and treated yourself for being happy with self, knowing that you earned what you work for and there wasn't a stipulation that came after it? A lot of times, like my friend Kiana is going through this crisis and she was like, I can't do retail. I'm not happy with doing it. But see, the thing is, like I explained to her, it's what you choose to do. It's never what you have to do. You could choose to be on the street tomorrow. Like I told her, choose to make a living and work towards whatever it is you want to find because there is a promised land out there. You just have to be willing to work and find it, even if it means go through your tribunes, your trials and tribulations. You're not always going to be happy with what you endure, but that is something that you have to deal with in life. A timeline. Everybody walks through one.
Absolutely. Hey, Mariam, how are you doing, Mariam? Let me see. But I think Bapi was saying something. I think that's what I wanted you to react to. I think I lost it. Gosh. Okay, here it is from one of my super chatters. First rule of life: love yourself first. If that happens, there'll be less mental illness. How can you love anyone or be willing to live if you can't love yourself first? I would actually just ask PMC, what is even to love myself? Because maybe sometimes people don't. I know the Bible is very big on this, and also what is generally like loving yourself, especially in the kind of society we live in. Because there's a lot of conversation around self-care. There's a lot of conversation about, that is actually really picking up right at the moment. What is actually the whole essence of this?
Self-love is the best kind, but there's unconditional love too. There's a difference. You got to know when the difference between being loved and when somebody just has love for you. And sometimes both of those factors are not genuine. and that's not to be um bitter about it or come off, ignorant. It's just that self-esteem is one of the most coveted self things. I tell people all the time, like, God doesn't like ugly, and He's not too happy about pretty either, because you have vanity. A lot of people are vain within self, and there's a mask. Goga, I alluded to this earlier. How many people do you talk to every day that you feel like they're wearing a mask? You don't really know who they are. You don't know if what they're saying to you is genuine, and because some things aren't for us to know, you gotta put that in there too. But at the same time, like, I think one thing that we have in conversation, when I look at who's across from me, I always say, is this person being straight with me? And that's the thing that, like, I get like, it is a little frustrating, but at the same time, I find patience within it, because it may not be for me to know if that person is legit or not. And again, that comes with not being judgmental for a negative point. So love yourself means just looking in the mirror and telling yourself, are you really happy with what you see?
I love it. PMC, sorry, not PMC, because PMC is on my panel. So actually, at least I did say BMC. Okay, so Bapi says, love yourself means to love you with all flaws and understanding that we are all human and imperfect, just like Proud Mixture PMC said. And condition. When I say PMC, it is the co-host. Just like using an acronym, Proud Mixture. But understand we are all unique, 100%. And then I think, let me see. There's a question here from Mama's handprint. Not actually a comment, rather, not a question. Mental health should be protected at any cost. First priority is to love yourself. I guess 100%. And then I want this answer. Is there something like toxic love and toxic empathy? Damn, Flora. Ooh, guys, let me take notes.
Absolutely. There's a lot of people that'll tell you pain is love, like a woman or a man, because it can work both ways. They can be in a domestic violence exchange, and pain is love to them. Like, some people have the most symbiotic, tumultuous relationships, but they'll still tell you with a straight face they love each other. And who are we to judge, right? It's just that, in the strangest ways, love can be exchanged. We'll never understand it because we don't sit in those shoes of those people. So It's interesting.
And then let me see. Moisha, I saw you. Moisha, leave me alone. I'm serious now. Moisha is the queen of bananas. She's like, banana me. I'm like, huh? Moisha, I'm in a serious conversation. I can't be joking now. Can't you hear what I just said? Toxic empathy. Like, I'm using very, very like heavy. I love yoga. You have to love yourself. Genos. Okay, these guys, can you ask the co-host a question? Well, he's still here. Let me threaten you. We have 18 minutes to go, so take advantage or forever hold your peace. We are not here for 12 hours. You have 18 minutes. So Moisha is from Jamaica. So I met Moisha at Latoya's. Latoya is also one of my amazing friends from from Jamaica. So I go to Latoya's live stream. She does like live streams to help content creators grow and stuff, just like Sanjay and stuff. So I get in there. I'd never met Moisha. Then Moisha just says, "Yoga, banana me." I'm like, huh? She was like, what does that mean? So I've never recovered from it. So anytime I bump into her, I'm always making fun of like, what did you mean? And then it's like, oh, she means bananas, the white tea banana. I'm like, oh my goodness. Context, guys. Context. Yeah, it was the funniest thing ever. And that's why I always say it's always good to find humor, sometimes in this space, because sometimes there's a lot of sadness going around. I like what toxic love is a symptom of lack of self-love. Again, if someone treats you bad, how can you take it that you love yourself first? I don't mean it in a narcissistic way.
No, I agree. I mean, that's the thing about the world, though. I mean, just by telling people what you are, right? If somebody asked you, like what Goga asked me, what's your occupation? I'm a farmer. To somebody else misinterpreting what they just asked me, I'm boasting, I'm bragging, I'm a narcissist. And that's what I said about sharing things with people about your life, your position. It's something that I don't like to do often, just because, like the martial arts thing, it's a hidden talent of mine, but I don't want to come off narcissistic either. And somebody can misread everything I'm saying and then label me that unjust. So
Yeah, and I like what you're saying about it, because one of the things, let me see, off to your house, okay, Moisha, God, people are even sending emojis of bananas and stuff. Yeah, and I was actually like, sometimes even our identity, because the other day I was actually I was teaching a yoga class, because I normally as a yoga instructor, so I have students I teach. And I remember I think a student asked me, like, she asked me a question, and I think I had to reflect, because sometimes when like you go for interviews and the panel is asking you, please introduce yourself, tell us about yourself. And I've noticed that as I grow older, it is shifting. When I was younger, trying just to get into that corporate grind and everything, I want to like showcase all these achievements. But nowadays I'm leaning more towards that, I'm human, I love yoga, I love having fun. Those things that the guys, they don't want to hear, that kind of thing. And I realized that there's like a bit of a shift. So how do you define our identity, or what is it that, like, I don't even know that I'm asking the correct question, but how does one like define the identity? So if I was to ask you, who is Proud Mixture, for instance? I know I like one thing you say, I'm a son of the wild, that kind of thing.
if I was, I would say I'm a man of the wild, but if I was facing a crowd of folks, right, I would say I'm nobody. I'm nobody to you. Because you know what do your foes say to you when they have a problem with you? Even they don't understand why. Goga, there are people on this planet that can have an issue with you, but they can tell you in the same breath, I don't know why I have a problem with you. So to those people, I'm nobody. Like, just like somebody who loves a celebrity, right? And you say, I don't like this particular song by them, instantly you're a hater. And then if you go further, what you don't like about the artist, right? Because they all wear masks. We don't really know them personally. Their biggest fan, right? They're going to tell you you're nobody. You're jealous of their success. You're jealous of their money. You'll never have these things they have. And that may be true, but what those people don't acknowledge is that a lot of those celebrities have false lovers around them too, but you never hear them say that.
That's true. And then EK is telling PMC, please get Moisha's world to your banana plantation. Oh my goodness, guys! Like,
what happened?
Oh my goodness. And then, okay, you have a question here from Nyambura. Thank you, Nyambura, for keeping PMC engaged here. The rest of these people, I can't deal with them. I will deal with them on a live stream. A live stream where I know I can find them. Now they know I can't like attack them or anything. When you love someone and then you break up, you back with that feeling of taking away your life. Is that true love or is it foolishness? Ooh, this is deep.
Well, time determines that. The thing is, you have to understand, like, sometimes being in a relationship, it can either build your life or break it. Sometimes your partner is your biggest enemy, and you wouldn't even believe the things that they conspire against you for. And I'm not being negative, but your teammate sometimes is the biggest adversary you have if it's not you yourself. And I know that hurts to say, but I always say betrayal is calculated. Somebody can say that they're your best friend for 50 years and then do the most unimaginable pain to you that you never expected them to. So that's why they say, as people, sometimes we expect too much of each other. Let time really determine the red flags, because we all have instincts for this very reason. It's going to show you how you handle it. That depends on you. But I don't think it's a state of foolishness. I mean, we all make foolish mistakes every day. You learn from them, or you keep making them, and that's going to take you out of this world if you don't learn.
100%. And guys, if you don't have my co-host, please connect to his house and please don't bother him about Banana Me. He'll get back to you and stuff. Okay, he does live streams every day. You'll always find him there, so you can always engage him directly. His house is more quiet, not noisy like mine. But today, at least you guys are behaving. The house actually has the same PMC vibe. Like it's literally like I feel like I'm on his live stream. It actually has that particular. It's very mellow. It is pretty good. Yeah. But I know these guys are just like, ah. Anyway, but I'm glad you are here. You love me so much and you love the guests, so you're keeping us here. So this is good. This is good. And then Mama Humphrey says, when it's obvious that you're not loved by your partner, please remember yourself. It will be toxic and time consuming. Oh. Okay. And then I think I saw something. What are you guys saying about obsession? Is that a crosstalk, Ginos and Nyambura? I don't think that's meant for the host. Rosaline, welcome back. Do you have a question for the co-host? Do you have a question for the co-host? Rosaline is always asking questions as well. Let me see. Okay, guys, get rid of that spammer for me before I say hi to them. Or let me say hi to them. Hi, 69XX site.
Don't say that. That's a spam. Get him out of here.
I know. No, that's what like Bunny is making fun of because I used now, but that one was like it wasn't very explicit. The name was actually very
Yeah, that's a bit.
guys, it's not. I mean, this was a confession. Bunny, this was an intimate moment. I was having coffee when I made this confession, and I told you guys not to bring it to the main channel during the live stream. Like, why are you bringing this conversation here? This was our private conversation during the morning coffee. You can't tell people here what I did. Anyway, let me see what people are saying. Let me concentrate on the questions for the guest. Okay, let me see. I love this. Goga, this weekend ladies make me laugh. No, weekend is just a term we use here, so don't know much into it. Make me laugh and take me to a happy place. There are people that come into your life and they're like therapy. They don't have to do anything extra, but just being themselves. I love it. And then Ank says, I don't pay attention to celebrities at least or anything other than what they're good at. I don't ask a doctor how to fix my car. Why would I listen to a celebrity or athlete about fixing my car or anything else? PMC, any reactions?
Well, all I can tell you, is ask a good portion of society. You know what? A lot of them will pray for a celebrity before their own family member. You know what I'm saying? They'll ridicule you for having a drinking problem, but they'll praise a celebrity who is drinking but is sick and needs rehab. So you see, the thing is, people adore imagery. Imagery is what people love. They don't know the person behind it. And what do they say? Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery.
Okay. You have a question. I think it's Flora is just asking a concern. Flora is my channel member. Flora says, I'm dealing with a person who has a mental breakdown due to work pressure, practically tied down and under sedatives in hospital. Whoa! Oh my God, this is crazy. Yeah,
that's sad.
Yeah, I hope they're getting there. Sonia, how you doing, Sonia? Sonia, why are you shouting my name? We've been very quiet. Now why is the noisemakers? Where are they crawling from? Sonia is all the way in Namibia, my twin on Whitey Streets. How you doing, Sonia? Sonia, you know Proud Mixed Child, right? Sonia's been doing an amazing series around, it's been very cool. I think they're like episodes where she like actually analyzing certain aspects of the Bible or something like that. I think that's the context I get, talking about those particular values from there. And I think it's coming to an end in November. Yeah, I think probably. No, I think they say 3 episodes to go. And then Marlon Rex, how you doing, Marlon? Welcome to the live. I'm trying to fish for questions here, guys. Hold on. And then Ike says, thank you so much for that, UK. I appreciate it, Sonia. Yeah, we did it. We did it, Joe. We did it, Joe. I want to thank my family. I want to thank my cat. I want to thank my tea for keeping me company. It's not been easy, guys. It's hard. It's hard. Okay, let me be serious now. Oh my God. Okay, why am I? This is not even a question for PMC. What is co-host? Can you roll with 7 bananas? Nyambura will kick you out of my live stream. What's that? Okay, let me go to Mercy. Mercy is serious. Mercy, I have the point when the co-host said everyone has instinct. What you use it for is up to you. 100%. Okay. And then I felt bad for PMC because if he joined that day, he would have been in mass in the but he joined in briefly. I think he caught us towards the tail end and he had to go to work. I remember PMC joined that live stream in the just towards the end, the coffee live stream, because I remember he referenced it later on during the day in his own live stream. He referenced it. Okay, Nyambura is like, how does somebody know themselves? Okay, I pluralize it for you. This is a very,
I think a lot of self-questioning stems from you believing the doubts that people have against you, which is going to allow you to question what you live for, existence.
Yeah. Let me see. Moisha, leave me alone. Stop harassing me. We have guests. You remember? I don't know, PMC. What was your experience when you were growing up? I know your mom is from Mexico,
Puerto Rico.
Yeah, Puerto Rico. And I know, like, when you were growing up here in Africa, when there were guests coming to the house, you could never be seen anywhere within the radius of where the living room was. Otherwise, if you came and you're even like wandering around there, your mother will wait for the guests to go, and then punishment will ensue after that. So I'm trying to warn Moisha, wait for the guests to go. I will deal with you. You don't have to behave. And our mothers used to give us that eye, like, can you make yourself scarce as possible? Like, disappear. She just gives you one side eye and you're out. Yeah, so Moisha, I'm giving you that eye. Moisha. Oh my goodness. This is crazy. Hey, Flora, forget about the cat. Ask the guest questions. Forget about the cat. I was giving an acknowledgement speech for my 2K and 100K views. I met my yearly target. That's it. Guys, any question for PMC? I don't see any serious question on the chat. Almost 3 hours now. Helen, no? Nothing? You don't have to keep the guest for too long. No? Okay. The other thing, maybe I would just then I'll give him a chance, I guess, to just he could probably freely ask me anything, or maybe he could ask it could maybe even give us a point of reflection on something, just for us to like start like what are you saying, guys? If I can go to Google, oh my goodness, guys, leave me alone. Sorry, I'm domestic issues, PMC. I'm always half the time I'm always fighting with people on the chat here. Like, if there's no question for PMC, my question will be: will you bring food to the panel? Oh my God. Yeah, guys, this shows that you guys are done with the guests. I'm letting the guests go. Clearly, you are done, because now you're asking those. PMC, what are you going to have for lunch? Now they're curious because it's lunchtime. Oops, sorry, PMC, did you drop off? I can send you the link again. Sorry, my guest dropped off briefly. Guys, you're even making the link not work. What's wrong with you people? Let me give PMC the link. I think he had saved it though. Yeah, I want you to come now, sign off, say something. Ike says, I'm definitely going to Puerto Rico. First of all, Riba. Sue, how are you doing, Sue? That was a nice video. I loved it, Sue. Thank you so much for that. PMC is amazing, guys. If you guys don't have questions, I'm going to let him now, like, I'm going to look for tea. So I'm going to give him like a chance to read your messages. Some of you are now going to be called out. So I'm going to give him a chance to read briefly as I like get my tea. I'm not getting food, I'm getting tea. PMC, what are you going to have for lunch? They're asking me like at what point am I going to bring the food?
Probably some empanadas.
Oh, what's this in English?
It's like a, it's like a pastry. Some of them are sweet, some have beans and rice, some have meat with inside. It's like pies, but it's in the form of a pie crust, but halfway, not entirely.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, so let me get some tea. I can let you. I know you're very good on this. So just check out. Okay, TMC. Just give me I'm giving you like a free reign here for like about 2 minutes. I'm just grabbing some hot tea and then I'll be back.
All right, no problem. No problem. Everybody, it's great to.
And guys, behave. Don't harass the guests because I've stepped out briefly. I'm watching. Okay.
Thanks for listening in, guys. I hope I didn't drag and bore nobody, but I'm reserved. I'm always relaxed. So this is kind of my stream when I do go live every day, if not every day, every other. So this is kind of what you see is what you get. But it's been fun conversing with all of you. Hello to everybody. I hope I didn't miss everybody. One of the things that I apply to my chat is I want to read everybody's comment because I don't want nobody feeling left out. Like everybody here has something important to say or ask me. And even if you didn't ask me anything, I still appreciate talking with you guys. It's been great. I just want to know the therapy PMC gets from the farm. It's just therapeutic in the sense that you don't feel confined. Spaciousness has no room for clutter. And I mean that physically and mentally. Like when you step on a huge portion of land and you just see nothing but greenery, that's what it means to embrace and endure freedom. When you're in the city though, the city is confining, it's congested. Even there's a difference between the air you inhale, so there's a difference there. Latoya is laughing. You guys are laughing. I'm trying to, man, Yoga got it worse than me. He's got a bunch of chatters, It's getting harder, especially as you grow. It gets harder to read every comment. PMC, what would you advise for people as a form of therapy for those who need it? A form of therapy, I'm sorry. Find yourself a nice secluded space where there's no cars, no type of busy life happening. Sit down, think about what you're not thinking about as much as you do when you have the time to think. Take yourself a good book, have a cup of coffee, a bottled water, think about things that make you laugh. Try not to stress everything. Someone hold EK, not bring me here. I live in the city, but back home we live in a village, and I do prefer a calmer lifestyle. That's the best way to be, Lily. Everybody has something different. Like I made the reference to origami earlier, and to yoga, because that can apply to both of us. Yoga is flexible. It's what you do with it, how you make it work. You make paper hearts, paper cranes, paper ducks, different type of artistry. PMC, thanks for sharing your wisdom with us. No problem. Thank you for listening. Cause everybody needs to be heard. Like everybody, not just me. The world, it's about all of us, not just one person. It's harder to be outside in the city than it is in the countryside or village life. Yeah, there's a huge difference. And adaptation is how you adapt to it too. I mean, some people can't live around like clutter because it doesn't only distort your reality, it confines the mindset too. And that's what I was saying earlier about never be a slave to your concentration. And every conversation you have, make sure the flavor has condensation. Latoya holding for us. We need peace. Man, but I was glad to have the merge. You are doing an amazing job. Thanks for that, Mama's handprint. I try to, I don't have all the answers, but hopefully what I couldn't answer to its entirety here will be answered for all of you in the near future.
Okay, PMC, okay. These guys enjoy seeing you on the screen alone, so I'm going to just be in the background. Did you get Flora's question where she was asking about the therapy you get from the farm?
Oh yes, I did answer that.
Hey Tyrone, how you doing, Tyrone? Sorry, I've not seen you. And then I was asking Fabita's aunt how she's feeling. Um, Did an amazing job. I just had him read that. Okay, cool. Guys, any question before I bring myself on screen? Because I know some of you just want to see PMC alone. So, Mercy. Ike, I see you in the background. Don't worry, I'm going to bring you up in a bit. Ike want to say hi to PMC. He comes up on the panel. Ike, please, no chicken, okay? We have. He's probably preparing a table. He prepares a table before me in the presence of my. Hey, Dolly Magna, they start referencing the Bible. It's crazy. He's preparing a table before us in the presence of my guests. Cool. Oh my goodness, yeah. Let me open it up. Ike can actually ask some leading questions here. Ike, how you doing?
Hey, bro, big up yourself, man. How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, very wow. Your audio is really good. What have you done? Like it has improved drastically.
Yeah, it's because I'm directly on the phone right now. Because I'm at work. So
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
I've been listening. I'm still under, like working and stuff like that. So big up yourself, man. I really enjoyed listening to Proud Mix Child, man. Big up yourself, bro.
Bless you, brother.
I love your eloquence. You're so eloquent. Your demeanor so calm, and man, I wish I could be like that, But whenever I connect with Goga turns off. It's like he has a key that switch on another side of me that's crazy, like all his energy is impacted upon me. So so let me calm down. Husa. Yeah, but I've been in the bush the whole time. I really didn't want to come on the live stream,
Give
I've been
PMC a context of the bush so that it doesn't imagine you're in his farm.
So what we mean when we say bush is somebody's in the background. We're just watching, just listening, just soaking in everything somebody's saying, doing, analyzing the chat, analyzing, the host, analyzing everything, and then you know where to come in. You understand? So that's what being in the bush. And then actually learned that in Jamaica. When I went to Jamaica, I met this. She's like the pioneer of Bush Hill train. Like if you want to know somebody who's Bush Hill, actually she's the queen of being in the bush all the time, and then shows up suddenly. So her name is Latoya Dali. So that's the queen of Bush. She's called the Bush Hill family. If you ever hear me say,
how did you sneak Latoya into this conversation? Like,
so
I like how you just seamlessly brought her in.
I think probably I think you saw me asking, where is the Mrs. Bush Hill? So if you want to know or be experienced, get certification on how to be an expert in being a Bush Hill person, you can easily connect with Latoya Dali. She's gonna teach you how to do that. Hey, anyway, bro, all I'm saying, man, I like your content. I like your answers. I like your vibe, your demeanor, and somebody was saying I'm cool, but actually I can be a very melancholy person, very chill out, quiet. Like if you find me like in my regular days, I really don't like to talk a lot. I just sit and watch soccer, and I don't like interruption, And your vibe is pretty cool, man. And I was asking about Puerto Rico because it's in my bucket list. I want to come there soon. Like I just came from Jamaica, but Puerto Rico is my next spot, and then Mexico would be the next one.
Nice.
So I just wanted to know that, like, I think in December it's a hurricane season, right? In
Yes,
Puerto
sir.
Rico. Yeah, so that's not the best time. You said August.
Yes, it's the driest season though, August. But
So you don't get, because
hurricane
here
season.
in Florida we get a lot of hurricane during that period, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I thought it'd be about the same, Florida
It
and
depends. It depends too in Florida because the Keys are the spots you want to stay away from. Key Largo, Key West, like that's where the hurricanes really hit because it's closer to the water. Miami too, to an extent.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, because I want to really come up there one of these days. So actually, these August is gonna be my 40th birthday. I'm turning 40 in August, so I definitely have to come there for my 40th birthday.
Happy 40 in
Look at
advance.
look at Goga.
No, I'm like, what do you mean 40? I thought you are 50. Like, when did you become 40 again? Like, it's not adding up. It's not adding up. I'm not getting.
Yeah, so I'll be there. I'll be there for my 40th birthday. I'm going the fourth floor. So, but I really like your content, man. I think I think you need to do more of stuff like you really like when you hit the stuff to do with mental health. You talk about like relationship and stuff. Like I think you pretty like the way you're so fluent, like the way you, and it's not something that you prepared for, but your answers, man, you're just hitting the points, like you're not even struggling. I don't know if you believe in the Bible, but in the
Absolutely.
Bible,
I've
god
read
god
I've read the Bible and the Quran too.
yes, same. I grew up as a Muslim as a kid. I grew up as a Muslim, like from when I was like a little kid until when I became a Christian at 16. Used to
Mhm.
read the Quran and recite the Quran. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Maliki yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. We used to recite the Quran, write the Arabic and stuff like that. But what I'm trying to say is, like in the Eden, God gave Adam many sources of rivers. And I know you're doing farming, but I think one of the farming is one source of the river. Let's say like God gave Adam different rivers. So farming is one source, but I think you have this gifting that God has given you to communicate to people, because the way you're actually executing it, it's hitting people into their heart, into their mind, man. So I think that would be another river that God has given you that you need to exploit it. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Yes, right now you're there fishing in the river of farming. But now these river here, as I've been watching the chat, people listening to you keenly, man, as you speak. You understand? It's flowing. It's like even me, I'm just been listening. I've been listening. I think it's another river you need to go and exploit.
And PMC, I was telling you, the EK never speaks like this. We people actually laughing on the chat because they're actually shocked. He's very mellowed, which is yeah. So we are all laughing here because we are waiting for him to misbehave. So everybody's just watching everything he's saying because you're like, what? It's the energy. It's the energy. It's the energy in the room, and I'm glad the chat has been very disciplined. As I was telling you earlier, people are just like, it's interesting, which is
You
very
know,
good because
co-host, I'm like what Paul said. When you go to the Romans, you become like the Romans. You understand? Right now, I'm in your territory. Your demeanor, your wisdom, your knowledge, man, bro. You deep, man. You're very deep. And they say the deep calleth unto the deep. I've been listening to you, and you're calling to the deep inside me, so that the deep in me can come out and speak sense. You understand? Did you see what I did right there? You didn't see what I did.
well, okay.
You saw what I did. I know he
Oh my
did.
goodness.
He did. Because I've been
He did.
listening to
He's
him,
very
and I'm like,
observant.
man, bro, your eloquence, man. Don't tell genius to say that word, eloquence, okay?
You come on the panel
Yeah,
and you're fighting it. You'll start wars here. You can't end. We've been very
but
quiet and disciplined.
bro, you're deep. You're so deep. I'm a clown. I can goof around, but in real life, I'm like you. I'm very mellow. In real life, you see me in real life, I can be very mellow. So what I do, I've learned how to adopt with people to bring positive energy when I'm among people. I don't want to be in that melancholy state. You understand? Because
Yes, sir.
sometimes it makes people feel in a type of way, like, and being the way handsome I am and tall and handsome, so people start feeling like I'm feeling too good for people. I'm sorry, man. I'm just
PMC, I told
okay.
you. I warned you. I gave you fair warning. You are just behaving. Guys, he did it. He did it. We didn't even like have to wait for so long. He proved us. He proved us right, guys. It was bound to come out eventually.
Anyway, all right. So all I'm saying is, I come out like when I'm around people, I don't want people to think like I'm feeling like, because it makes people uncomfortable. So I try to adapt to the ambience around me. You understand?
Yes,
So
sir.
people can be comfortable within. Like if I'm in a group of people, I just want to make sure everybody around me is comfortable. You know, because from experience all my life, I used to be a minister. By the way, I used to be a preacher. I'm an ordained minister, ordained pastor. I have the theological paper and everything. And everywhere I used to go, people used to. I like listening to negative compliments also, right? Because sometimes we always want to listen to the good compliment. We want to hear people just telling us the good stuff about you, but you don't want to hear this negative things people say about you. And if we forget that sometimes when people talk negative about you, sometimes there's like a little bit of truth in it. You understand? Yeah,
Yeah,
like
I'd
you,
rather
you get my
somebody
drift,
approach me
right?
like that. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
you get my drift, right? So I started listening to more the negative because sometimes when you listen to the negative, it tends to build you and make you a better person. And
Absolutely.
actually tends to, even your channel, it tends to build you. You understand? So I learned how to adapt. You understand? Goga can agree with me. Like in Kenya, people like me, like my height, built, I'm like, and our skin tone and everything. People assume you are just proud. True or false, Goga?
True.
It's true, right? So when I'm in a group of people, they think I'm arrogant and I'm not talking to them. So
Hmm.
I've learned how to adapt and make sure everybody's just realize I'm just a human and I'm there to just like everybody else. You understand? And my point when I'm driving is I like your demeanor. You're just there chill, man. Like you got your hood on, you got glasses on, and you're speaking a lot of sense and life. And man, bro, you need to start tapping into that river more, man. And you are not even prepared for these questions. That's what surprised me, man. It's not easy to do what you just did. I'm prepared. Like I don't know how you did it.
I mean,
Because we don't know what questions people will throw at you on the chat.
but that's what I
But
like
bro, you
about life.
mhm,
Unpredictability. You never
yeah,
know what's coming, but it's just natural with me. Whatever is asked of me, I'm gonna deliver. But at the same time, while answering, I make the person asking me understand that I don't have all the answers, and for what I can't answer, you might find the answer in somebody else you talk to.
yeah, bro. Yeah, so I really I did actually I didn't want to come in the chat. I didn't want to I just wanted to listen. I didn't want to listen until Bunny said something like people, so I had to come out. So but
You think you
it
can really
you
appreciate it?
blame it on Bunny. She's made me come out. I just wanted to listen today. So yeah. Bless up yourself,
Anyway,
and I hope when I come to Puerto Rico, I'm gonna meet you one
of
of these
course.
days.
Take
Yes,
care of yourself,
sir.
brother.
Make sure you like connect to, yeah, of course. He'll definitely be camping on your live for sure. I know.
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna be up there.
Yeah. He does live streams every day. Very, very nice conversations, guys. Like you actually, and as I was telling you earlier, when I left him just in charge of the stream for a bit, you see, like he saw all of you. Like he's always very. I like how PMC just manages his live streams and stuff, and I think that's one superpower and one of the things I aim actually to to actually get. I know sometimes it can be a bit overwhelming. Like that day we had 50 people on the panel because we were having a guest talking about money. There is no way I was going to read your messages because you guys were just like, how do you make money? How can I be a billionaire? Like really, I couldn't. That one I couldn't do. So I draw a line as well. But yeah, if it's casual and nice, I'll definitely. I love his live stream manner. It's actually very cool. PMC, I've kept you here for so long. I just want to, I don't know. Let me see whether there's anything. I took some notes just in case, just to guide me in case I forgot anything.
Goga, I know prop mix child. You know how like because I mentioned something about comfort pet, and I just wanted to throw a few points. But this is after you left. Can you just, because I don't think a lot of people in Africa, other countries, understand what comfort pet means.
Yeah, that's a good question because I was going to actually,
here in America, like people actually fly in a plane with their comfort pets. You understand? You have a dog, you have a peacock, if it's a chicken, because it's gonna help you with your anxiety even in a plane. Can you just try? Because we all suffer from a form of anxiety. You understand? We all go through it. Can you just, you being of Puerto Rico is still America, right? You being an American, they might, it might make more sense for you to explain to them before I come in with my points later on.
Well, a comfort pet, helps with anxiety because like a dog, they coined it man's best friend because it's truth behind that. There's loyalty that you'll find in your pet where you won't find it in people. And they don't offer just loyalty. They're your companion. Companionship is what they'll give you. Like sometimes you have the strongest bonding relationship with a pet versus a human. And that's what I said earlier when I was referencing life being a zoo, because the animality within us, it fuels a lot of inhumanity in exchange when we deal with each other every day. I mean, and there's a lot more distance and division than it is unity, and that's where the world suffers. So regarding the anxiety factor, sometimes a pet can't answer that problem and help you just unpack whatever is stressing you the most. I mean, that's the way I look at it. It is just my opinion. Like somebody may oppose everything I just said, right? And they may feel different. Some people may feel that a pet is just another bill because it costs money to, have it in your possession. Technically, if you really think about it, we don't own anything. We don't own our soul. A lot of people say, I sold my soul. It's not yours to sell. Everything you have is in your possession. You work for it, but it's a blessing first. And, I always tell people, a pet, for example, like you asked EK, it's a blessing, gifted, and I'll be the first to tell you, from mistakes made as a man, mortal man knows that you finesse your blessings sometimes, and God's not going to give you more than you can handle. So I think a pet is the answer to companionship for somebody that's dealing with anxiety. So that may be something that you want to suggest, because again, I never advise anybody anything because their free will. The free will is gonna defeat anything I told them. So if that's the way you want to deal with anxiety, it's an answer to it. But there's other ways too. Music sets the mood for how you deal with stuff. Music helps me. Music, reading, like I love knowledge. Like I tell you guys, like The Art of War is one of my favorite books, and I love to I like the scent of paperback. I know that might be bizarre, but I appreciate a book for everything it is. So that's what I mean by that.
Yeah, nice.
So there's something you say that's really important. I don't want to take so much of your time, because one thing I've observed and watched these comfort pets in Africa, we keep dogs outside. You understand? Most of the pets stay outside. Here, you'll even find a pig in the house, or a bunny, a rabbit inside the house. But in Africa, we don't do that. But one thing I observed about pets, they don't talk back at you when you're trying to express yourself. Because sometimes you just be talking to the pet, like you're really stressed out, you're really like in a bad spot, and you're expressing, like you're just talking. And sometimes, like dogs, they listen and they can pick your emotions. and they respond to your emotion with a free hug, with like sometimes they just lick on you, like but they're not talking back on you or judging on you. Would you say that's true, or it's because these are some of the points I was gonna throw in there.
Absolutely. They show you more compassion and understanding than everyday people you deal with. They show you it in their forms of affection. And that's why it's imperative sometimes to have a pet more than just something as a hobby to do, because it's a different
Hmm.
type of love. They'll show you the love that you're not getting from a person. And sometimes even a woman, right, isn't going
Yeah,
to show you the type of affection like a pet will, and not the same way, because it's entirely different. But at the same time, though, pets can make you feel love in other sense. Like, I appreciate you. Just like when you're sick, they know.
yeah,
They
they know.
whine. So yeah,
Yeah, they whine and like puppies going, like, and then they come around you and trying to comfort you. If you're lying on the couch, they come like lie next to you, and they get sad with you. You understand? And
yes, sir.
I mean, that's one thing, as you mentioned, like even the man or woman sometimes will not give you that type of affection, because I mean, it, it's just something like it's something I've really come to. I've observed it, I've seen it, and then the like, it doesn't matter how long you're gone.
That's cool.
That pet.
Ike,
Mhm.
Ike, I was going to ask you to repeat that puppy sound again because I thought I had my own things. Sorry, this is just me for my comic relief.
Okay. Well, like a lot of puppies, they go like they're
We
asking,
can't
"What's
hear.
wrong in the?"
Guys,
Are you okay?
guys, I hope you're recording this one. We have received.
Hey, proud. Don't mind me. Proud mixed child. Don't mind me, man. I can be comic.
It's all
Okay, can
good,
you
brother.
mute one tab? I think one of the tab is open. Guys, I hope you had. Did you actually make puppy sounds or did I hear?
That's
I
true
was
though.
also saying I wanted to see, like, okay, you see, also with a comfort pet, you can be so vulnerable with it. Express your darkest emotion, darkest, like what is happening to you, and it's not gonna judge you. You understand? You're free to be yourself around your pet, because it's not gonna judge you. It's not gonna condemn you. It's always remain. You also touch on loyalty. They will always be loyal as long as you're a good owner of the pet. They will always be loyal to you. Of which is one of the things that we as human species. Goga, today I'm like very intellectual since the co-host is very, So we
Can
as
I give you
human
one minute?
species,
There's something I want to.
that loyalty, you cannot. It's not easy to be vulnerable. Even your spouse, it'll be hard for you to like express your darkest weaknesses or stuff you're struggling with, because you're afraid of the judgment, and then maybe sometimes even rejection, and then they look at you in a different way. Would you think that's why most people prefer to have comfort pet? I mean,
It could be for many reasons. Sometimes it's to help the family connect more, because now, because the wave of accessories, phones, appliances, everything, right? Electronics, they're dividing families. Like, everybody's texting each other instead of sitting at the dinner table. Sometimes a pet can make you bring back family values. So it goes deeper than companionship. It's like, for a relationship, right? A pet may make you feel full, where a woman makes you feel empty, or vice versa. A man makes a woman feel empty. So it goes beyond those reasons of lining. So it can prevent a lot of happiness to a household that's got a storm cloud over it. So like I said, it's just beyond the anxiety factor. Like pets bring families together. You know, there are a lot of people who have pets that support my YouTube channel, and I see their structure, like there's family bonding still traditional versus modern times where everybody's on a damn device, right? Divided comfortably. And that's the problem. Like a lot of anytime that you let an electronic, right, an inanimate object interfere in family, that's a problem because it might state that you have an addiction. And like I said earlier in the chat, you know, an unhealthy obsession is what that is. So sometimes a pet can be the answer to this disconnect. And it's okay, you know, if you're somebody that electronics, that's what you like. But at the same time, I don't think you should allow it to dictate the way it makes your household function. And that's a huge problem in the world today. Like people literally let electronics run their life.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, CK, for that question. Is it my echo or? Okay, let me leave and come back. Let's see.
Is it an echo still?
Yeah, for some reason.
I'm
Let
not
me
sure.
see. Guys, can you hear me now? Okay, PMC muted. It disappeared. Hey, Mary Queen, how you doing? Wait, still back. What happened?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's an echo.
Let me see. Hold on. Okay, PMC, just see. Okay, let me ask what I was going to ask. I've just muted you briefly. So I just want to answer like two things real quick. As we almost finish this live stream. So one thing, what is that thing that drives you every single day when you wake up? You know, that one thing that keeps you going. And then where's the one situation, you know, that you know, I know we you said earlier that, you know, we are not perfect. We all have our weaknesses and stuff like that. What is that one situation that, you know, looking back, you feel, you know, you could have probably handled it better, but you're using it, of course, as a learning experience? You know, make sure it's something that, of course, you're willing to share. It doesn't need to be very, you know, elaborate. Yeah. So what is it that drives you? And, you know, what is that one situation that, you know, you're looking back and you're like, it was a learning moment. It was, you know, it's one thing that, you know, it's in the past now, but at least you learn from it, because that also brings in that aspect of learning from our faults and stuff like that.
Well, you know, what drives me is God giving me a second shot at life, like another lease on life every day, you know, because I always say, if he allows me to wake up the next day, I promise I'll try to make my todays better than my yesterdays. And then, you know, enduring the hurricane is what made me revitalize everything and reassess how I live. That's the second part to this. You know, it's been an up and down roller coaster. That's what life is for everybody. But at the same time, I actually am grateful that happened. Not the fact that I almost lost my life, but that I went through something so extreme and dangerous, because it's one of those reminders that whatever you go through in any instance, whether minuscule or major, it'll either make or break you. And it's made me in a way that if I hadn't experienced that, I might not be sitting before you the same person. So that's why I say, I'll always be here, you know, as long as God lets me go, you know. And I say, because I'm a poet too, I'm up with the angels, I'm down with the foes, I'm only before you until the Lord comes to take me home. And that's what I say to people, because at any given time, Goga, I had to say that as a civic duty, because I'm thinking about Fat Ninja. He was here with us, now he's not.
I know, 100%. And thank you very much for I don't know what is wrong with my. Let me see. I'm going to leave and then I'll come back. So I'll just leave you there for a bit. You can just wing it. Sometimes it happens.
All right, no problem. Hello, everybody in the chat. Mary Queen, hello, everybody. If I missed everybody, because I can't really see the chat like that. Goga's having some problems with sound, and I know, and like I said, brother, I didn't want to hold you up either. That's a two-way street. I'm off work, but I know you have things you have to get to, and once again, it goes back to being considerate. I don't want to be holding you prisoner either, man.
No worries. I mean, I'm perfectly fine. I just need to figure out the audio situation. Trust me, if I get angry, I'll just go get my food and I'll come here and I'll start eating as you talk to them. That's why they make fun of me here, because I'm always like, guys, I'm hungry. I'm going to eat even the guests here. Hey, Teacher P, how you doing? Teacher P, let me, I need to clarify something here because I had it from Proud Mixture's house. I've muted him briefly because of the interference. Teacher P, one of your mods blocked Proud Mixture. I think you may not be aware, so you may need to check your users, because that's why Proud Mixture can't access your live stream anymore. And I had him say this, and I said, because Teacher P is a very good friend of mine, I said I'll actually bring it up to her, and I've seen her here on the chat. I just wanted to clarify that, because I know she didn't mean it, and probably she's not even aware about it, so she may actually need to just check. I know she has very zealous moderators who are really and stuff like that. So yeah, so you may need to do that. Let me exit as I'll leave Proud Mixture with you guys for a while as I figure out this sound situation. Okay, PMC, you have the.
All right, no problem. Yeah, it's all right. I mean, I don't take none of this personal. I mean, I understand a lot of people, they really love the wrench. It's that important to them, but I always say I'll support somebody with or without a jacket. I'm comfortable. It's not a big deal to me. But when a host, a lot of times from experience, host will co-sign the abuse that a lot of moderators have. And everybody that has a wrench in my chat, I entrust them to do the right thing. They preserve and protect my chat. And I love them for it. I really love all my supporters like that. But, one thing I always base my chats on is respect, civility, and that's it. Fair in exchange. But it ain't my job to tell somebody in their chat, oh, well, this, that, and the third, because people are easier to deny than be honest. And that's why I say I don't want to cause no friction or no chats or no drama, because I'm not on here for that. But like I said, everybody has to run their chat the way they see fit. I think that's fair. They know how to back in LOL, especially with these littles that know if they make any kind of sound that's not normal, I come running. Okay, I'm trying to catch up with chat here. Everybody, hello, teacher, everybody that I missed. I'm just, waiting for Yoga to come back, because I really don't want to hold him up either. I have things I have to do even though I'm off work. But I'm grateful that he welcomed me here to kind of introduce me to you guys that don't know me like that. But I'm appreciative that he allowed me to speak my piece. I have experience being blocked and people co-signing what it is. I mean, with it happening, and it's upset me. Yeah, that's why I said, Lily, I don't really take it personal. I'm gonna just give you everything straight as is. If anybody wants to defend that, that's cool. I mean, but at the same time, I'm not gonna co-sign what's wrong. I've never had to block anybody. So I made this point to Brother Goga earlier, if I was causing friction in my chat, then you guys will have every right to call me out. EK, I would like to say we keep Bunny out of dragging you out of bush. Hi, teacher says they're oh, you guys speaking amongst each other. I'm just waiting for Goga to come back.
Hey, Nana. Oh, still. He's still there?
I don't know. I think I don't know if you have a second device nearby because sometimes that's where the echo stems from.
Oh, let me see. It's on mute.
Yeah, I
Um,
don't know what happened because it wasn't an echo when I first came up, right?
yeah, no, it wasn't there at all. Mm, let me see. Anyway, we're almost done. So let me. Um, okay, guys. Just I'm trying to. I'm going to give myself to a minimum. I don't know what's going on. But anyway, Uh, if you have any other further question for PMC, please ask. We are ending the live in about 11 minutes because he has been more than gracious. I think he has stayed longer than because I thought I was only going to have 1 hour with him, but he's literally been chilling with me for the last nearly 4 hours now. And I don't want to. I mean, I know it may be off and everything, but you see, he also has obligations that he has to attend to. So I don't. What are you saying, Ike? I don't want to keep him like longer beyond that, and also want to because I got to work. I have a meeting in the morning, so I don't want to stay so long. Actually, I'm not doing a 12-hour live stream today. So yeah, so I want to in case there's any further question, please drop it down before we release him. But I hope you've connected with his house because it's literally as you see it on his name there, Proud Mix Church. Connect with his house. He's always doing live streams every single day. I think except today because he was coming up here. Today I did see him on live stream. But yeah, he has those pop-up lives when he wakes up, and it's just a nice casual conversation, with his friends and the rest of us who join in and stuff. Yeah. Otherwise, I think I really appreciate. I feel I've achieved. I think we've gotten to know him. I know we can't discuss everything because at the end of the day, it's still a conversation we are having. But I think he has given us very nice nuggets, especially when it comes to navigating these particular streets. When I named this, I was trying to figure out what topic to give this conversation because we said we are going to wing it because we are all in the fitness space. So we wanted to talk about our fitness, but then I realized no, we'll disenfranchise the guys who don't do anything fitness related, so they'll feel left out in the conversation. So we said, I know PMC is big on mental health, so people will want to hear something about mental toughness in these whitey streets. And I think he really did it very well, based on the questions you guys were asking and even the reactions. So I'm going to give him a chance now just to wing it. He can set his channel and everything. I know he doesn't like doing that, as he told you already, but yes, doesn't even need to. So he's going to wing his channel, promote his space and everything. Give us any he can give maybe 1 or 2 tips on what he thinks we can do as content creators just to be able to build resilience and our mental space, just to be able to be at 100% when we are showing up for our supporters. And then the next thing he can do is maybe he can tell us what are his plans going forward for the channel. If he gets bored, he said he'll be more than glad to leave. And then and then he can say anything else he wants to, and then I'll come and we sign off. Okay, PMC, take it away.
No, I just wanted to thank you for allowing me to introduce myself, Gogo. I appreciate this experience. It's rare because I don't really do panels often as I used to, just because sorts of things. But I'm grateful that you allow me to be a guest. Thanks for getting to know me, and thanks for allowing me to introduce myself to everybody in the chat that doesn't, because now they know a little bit where I stand. My channel is basically about philosophy, liberation, and inspiration. And I stay hungry by keeping 3 fundamentals in mind. Visualize, conceptualize, prioritize. When you have your priorities in order, it allows you to say these things. So anybody and everybody is always welcome to my house. It doesn't, I never shoo anybody away. But if this isn't what you seek and truth isn't, then I'm not for you. Just because I'm direct, I know how to be respectful, but I won't tolerate hostility and someone trying to divide, because that does appear in every sort of chat. Like, a lot of people say they want change, but they'll allow one rotten apple to spoil the fun. So like I said, everybody and anybody is always welcome. I'm more of a supporter than content creator. That's what I do. So like I said, everybody is always welcome here. And that's pretty much it, because I don't, like Goga said, I don't really like to promote. I don't like to promote self like that. I like to model my channel organic, and may the blessings come where they may. And I'm grateful for it. So like I said, I may not be live tomorrow. I'm not sure. I don't really schedule my live streams. I just go wing it, like Goga saying, every day or every other day. So most likely tomorrow I won't be live. But for anybody new here that did subscribe, I will get you back. And when you come to my live stream, it'll be the same way like here. It's just not, Goga's not gonna be there. He'll be in the chat most likely. So thanks for letting me introduce myself, brother. You have a safe and blessed day. Everybody in the chat, stay safe. Take care of yourselves. Do something productive. Remember to smile, and remember, you always have a second shot at life every day you're allowed to wake up. So I'm not gonna hold you no more, Goga. You take care, brother. Thanks for allowing me. Hopefully this could take place again in the near future, but I'm not sure when.
Yeah, sure thing. Wait. Before I let the guest drop before I let the guest drop off, I just want to say I just want to acknowledge him and just say thank you so much for making me do this, because there are sometimes panels you're never so sure, and I know it has been an ongoing conversation for like a very long time, and I'm just glad that we're able to have this one chance just to be able to actually have this. And I think as everybody observes, yes, definitely we have to do this again. There's a way the mood of the chat is so different today, and it is very clear. And if EK of all the people can come and confirm that, that already speaks on behalf of a lot of us. And I like that, because that means you brought in your amazing calm energy, and I think it was literally the entire flow of the chat for the last 4 hours has literally been like that. Hey, A29, welcome to the live stream. Nice to see you. Welcome. This is the first time I think I've seen on my live stream, so welcome back. No, Helen, what we were saying, PMC was signing off, so I'm just trying to give my acknowledgement for him honoring the space and stuff like that. And yes, connect with him in his space. As he told you earlier, he comes on lives like pretty much every day, but it depends again also on the exigencies of duty at the farm or something like that. And at the end of the day, he's also he has a family, he has all these things that he has to do and stuff like that. So yeah, but most likely you can't miss him on a live stream. He'll pop in at some point in the course of the week. So I just want to say thank you so much for that, PMC. Thank you so much for honoring me with your space. I know you don't give your time very easily. That's also true. You don't, because people also look at the spaces where they actually share their energy, their knowledge and stuff like that. And I'm honored that you're able to actually grace my space. I think it has been a very engaging conversation, and I think it will continue for sure. So guys, unless you have any other question, I'm going to release the host. So I'm going to just let him say bye real quick. Because people like Helen are going to attack me. He didn't say bye to me, stuff like that. Bunny, do we release him? Because Bunny has been keeping tabs here. Bunny literally came for this live stream because of PMC. Bunny is on YT leave, but she came out of YT leave because of Proud Mixed. Bunny, do we release PMC? You're the one keeping tabs. Or I can leave him. I can actually leave him and go. He can stay with the live, Okay, release him. Okay, PMC. Any final thoughts? You can just say bye, and then I'll also leave in the next few minutes.
No, that's pretty much Goga. I just wanted to thank you again, brother, for allowing me to speak my piece and introduce myself to new viewers, because this is how we help each other build. Conversation in the various ways brings hope. You know what I'm saying? Music, conversation, food, all apply those things to bring us together, because one of my dreams is to stop the divide. And if I can stop division, that would be great, but I can't do it by myself. Either way it goes. With that being said, there's so many of you in the chat one by one to name. You guys take care of yourselves. I'll see you around. One love, be blessed. I'm gonna sign off here, Yoga. You take care of yourself. Have a remaining good day, brother.
See, give him one request once it drops off. Just go to the chat and you can say bye to everybody with your names so that at least they're able to now check that out as well. You can sign off on the chat just briefly one last time, so that at least guys can connect. But I know we've been sharing his link. And it's very searchable, actually, very searchable. So thank you so much, PMC. I really appreciate your presence once again. I'll see you tomorrow or maybe the day after tomorrow. Yeah, peace. Salute. Okay, thank you so much, guys. What a guest, what a personality, what wisdom, what, like, yeah. And you guys behaved. God, I'm so proud of you. Now I can. There's some people here who are misbehaving. Where are they? Sleepers. Let me become a Kenyan man. Let me become a Kenyan mother. There's some of you here. Some of you here. Bring that sleepers. The guest is gone now. I can punish some of you here. Yeah, Nana. Who is Nana? Nana was just hiding there. Even Nana didn't even have like receipts. There were no receipts, like juicy receipts to collect. Today was wisdom, guys. And yeah, and I'm just so glad that PMC actually honored us with his presence. He's an amazing person. You will learn so much from him. It's just that this conversation was just like very. I wanted the conversation to be more about him because he was the guest. He was the guest. He was a guest, and I didn't want to like I wanted. Sometimes I like putting that like spotlight on the guest because I respect their wisdom, I respect their knowledge, I love what they said. I totally, and that's why I didn't want to like really have that bit of interference, just for him to answer your questions. And you can see, like, he literally had a good one, and he had a great time, I believe. I'm sure he'll give me feedback tomorrow. And I think, thank you for making him feel welcome in this space. Thank you so much. Some of you guys, I was worried. You'll harass the guests, but you guys have been well behaved, and I really want to say thank you so much for that. Yeah, who knew that we can actually have a very nice, quiet end of November? And I love that spirit, and I just want to keep it at that particular. Space and mood. Another thing I want to say, it's been a very rough month. I'm signing off. I'm leaving the live stream in about 9 minutes. So if you're talking to somebody, like if you're getting people's number, get it. Some of you are exchanging numbers, some of you are going on dates. If you're doing those things, do it. You have 9 minutes before I leave the live stream. I learned that from one of you. Somebody told me, be giving us a fair warning. Don't just leave. Because some of us, I was waiting for like a lady to give me her number. We were going on a date. And you ruined that moment. I've never seen them again on your live stream. So yeah, do those things. Yeah, so I wanted to just say thank you so much, A29. I know I've had you for a minute, but yeah, I know we are trying to help engineer with this WH, and I always see you there. So thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. So I just wanted to say it's been a very rough month, to be honest. And thank you so much, AE29, for that amazing blessing. Oh my God, guys, you're not telling me I have a blessing. Gosh. Yeah, let's acknowledge my super chatters for these amazing blessings. We have AE29, we have Pure Reveal, we have what was the other one? Forgetting the name. And we have Bapi Yoga Uncle. Thank you so much for those amazing blessings and the super chats. I really may your pockets and may your pots never run empty, for this amazing magnanimity you are extending to my house. I really just want to say thank you so much for that. Yeah, so I was just going to sign off and say it's been a very rough month, but it's also been a month of learning. It's also been a month of stretching our limits. It's also been a month of, reflecting. October was rough. November was kinda mellowed, to be honest. Even the energy was a bit different. But November was my birthday month. I want to acknowledge that I turned like a big age, which we would say, we agreed I'm 30, right? So November was the birthday month. November was a month of loss. We lost amazing content creators. We lost Yoga, the Fat Ninja, DM. We lost Yod Boss from Jamaica. Amazing content creators that I know. It's been rough. It's not exactly been smooth. But it's also been a month of learning. It's also been a month of growth. And I just want to acknowledge you for that. You guys got us to 2K. And I was coming to the live stream today. I think I think we had even breached beyond the 2K, and it's just something that. Oh, thank you so much, Beto Moses, for that amazing blessings, guys. You don't want me to go. Why are you like keeping me here? We're not doing a 12 hour live stream. Yeah, so I just wanted to like say I acknowledge you for that amazing. We hit 2K, guys. We did it. 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 And then another milestone that I just made. When you click my channel, you'll notice that we have like, let me see. I don't know what it's looking like now. Hold on. Let me open it like real quick, because I wanted to show you guys this. It's like magic. You guys have literally held my hand through this process, and I just want to say it takes a village. It takes a village, and it's not something that I want to forget. I actually want to just internalize it, register it in my mind, and just say I see you. I see the work you guys have done on this channel. When people ask me, what do you see as the future of Yoga with Guga? I'm like, I've told you before, I want this channel to transcend me. I want this channel to like respect, the craft, which is the yoga. When I started the live stream, I was only 41 people short to 100,000 views. Now we just hit that milestone. I'm just like watching it here right now. It looks like magic. Hold on, look at this. Look at this. That is the channel. That's my channel you are seeing on the screen. Yeah, look at those numbers. Yeah, it was like at 99,549. I can't remember mathematics. I didn't do mathematics in school, guys. Yeah, it was at that level, but now it has just hit 100K, just like that. I always tell you, you guys are so good to me. I don't deserve you, but I just want to say I appreciate you, because when people come and actually show you that love, and the people keep coming to your space, you acknowledge it, because it means at least there is value they are seeing in that space, just like we had with our guest today, Proud Mixed Child. And I just want to say thank you so much. God's Music, I see how you doing. God's Music, how you doing? God's Music. Killer Kitubima is back. How you doing? God, why are you chatting with me and I'm about to leave? Kokiem, Marlon. Yeah, Marlon, we did it. Yeah. Thank you so much. A29, A29, very supportive as well. We are trying to like help another brother of ours get WH and stuff. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. Yeah, so it's not something that I take for granted. 100K views, it's not easy. It's crazy. To a channel that was less than, when I started the year, the channel was less than, it wasn't even anywhere near. It was at 4,000 views. 4,000, I think. It was around 4,000 views thereabout. It was nowhere near like that figure. And now we are closing the year and it's literally at 100K. I've achieved. But last week when I was having coffee, I was telling you guys, I only need 2K and 100K, and that's it. I'm set. My targets for the year have been achieved. You made me achieve my target by the end of my birthday month. And I just want to say I respect you guys for it. I love you so much for it, because you are the ones who keep us going here every single day. You are the ones who keep us going here every single day. And it's not something that I take for granted. It takes a village. You all know this. My amazing guest has alluded to it as well. It takes a village. Sometimes you want to lose your mind, but then you remember, why did you start it in the first place? Yeah, why did you start the channel in the first place? And I think for me, I always use that as an anchor. Like, why did I start the channel? It was to take the yoga knowledge to the community. So if I realize that I'm like busy slaving for views, I'm busy slaving for like revenue, I am like, nope, I'm losing the focus here. I'm losing the plot. I go back to the craft, because the craft is where I feel most happy. I feel most fulfilled, and that's what I want to keep going. Hey Priscilla, how you doing? Samantha gave us the 100 thumbs up. She was so excited about it. Yeah, thank you so much, A29. I really appreciate you. I will see you around in that space where we normally are. Thank you so much, guys. Have you supported my guests? Proud Mixed Child. Yeah, that was my amazing guest. Is he still on the? Let me see. Naomi, how you doing? Amen to that. Amen. Hey, that's why I have to highlight. Hey, these are affirmations. When people speak blessings to your life, you claim them and you say, from your lips to the ears of the universe, from your lips to the ears of the universe and God, or that divine being that you believe in. Yes, I claim it. Yeah, we are growing, but I want to say it's a community effort. Why are you saying I stay for 10 minutes? It's 2 minutes to 4 hours. I want to, and I don't like funny numbers on my numbers. I want you to read 40000. 400. We're not doing a 12-hour live stream. Bunny, why do you need me to stay for 10 minutes? What's happening? What's happening? Ike is asking what's wrong. Yeah, we are leaving. What are you asking? Beth Moses saying, guys, connect to AE29. She's amazing. That is like one of the most supportive channels. I remember I was told that once. And yeah, and I believe it. She's quite a big house herself, but the work that she's doing behind the scenes to support, we're trying to help Engineer Na get that milestone. I have mad respect for that woman. mad respect for AE29. Yeah, so I don't know why Bunny wants us to stay here for 10 minutes. Yeah, because it's like 1 minute, 20 seconds literally to 4 hours. We are leaving. Oh, people are still taking numbers. Oh, okay. People are still taking numbers. Exchange your number. Okay, you have. Maybe this is the time I should go start warming my food. I think I can actually be doing those things as you do that. Yeah. You guys are like, but I can't leave the chat unattended. Why did you tell me this before I released the guest? Why? Priscilla, how you doing? Sis? How you doing? You missed the guest. Had an amazing guest, but I know Priscilla is normally busy during the week. Yeah. Naomi Hill all the way from Joburg, my other home. Yeah, I miss Joburg. Normally I thought I would come to Joburg in December, but oh my God, those flight tickets are so expensive. God, it will cost an arm and a leg to come to South Africa. If I imagine the much I used to pay to come to Joburg, there is no way I'm going to pay that much for an air ticket. It's not happening. I'm that frugal. I'm going to be a penny pincher in that respect because I used to almost, there is no way I'm coming to Joburg at that rate. More plantains for Moisha. Oh my God, Nana, move. Yeah. No, we are not doing 150 thumbs ups. No, me, I'm done. Today was you guys to talk to Proud Mixture. I'm trying to open you guys to my circle. Yeah, so that's why I wanted you to speak to him, get to know him, benefit from his wisdom. I don't want to drown the elegance nature of his wisdom. I don't want to dilute it. You guys, when you start bringing drama, will dilute all the amazing things. Then people are going to come and watch the live stream tomorrow and be saying, what happened at the end? What craziness happened at the end? I don't want to dilute. Let me also use those words. I don't want to dilute the elegance of the amazing words he has shared with us here today. Thank you so much, Koki. How are you doing, Koki? Nice to see you, Koki. I hope you didn't set a premiere at the wrong time and you didn't attend. No pressure, guys. Don't give me pressure. I'm not doing a 12-hour live stream. And I always tell you, the day I get tired of YouTube, I will move on to other things. It's impermanent. Google, you're the real Kenyan. Say the word. Not sure about the spelling. I don't want to ruin the elegance of his amazing words. I've been told to stay here for 8 more minutes, so I don't know why I'm staying. But Madi has been helping me manage the chat for the last 4 hours, so she knows best. Yeah, so guys, what am I going to have for dinner? I'm going to get my beans and rice, have some carrot salad in there. I need to get some more tea, probably. Why am I telling these things again? Why are we talking about food? Guys, can you stop? Why are you making me? I'm giving out too much information already. Because I don't know what to do. I'm buying time until yeah. I'm buying time. Helen is asking, Goga, where do you want us to go? Go and sleep. Okay. Who is having a live stream? Who is having a live stream or a premiere? I send all these people to your house because they're asking me we don't know where to go. Who is having a premiere? Who is having a live stream right now? Set your premiere now. You have 18 million people here who don't know what to do. I'm sending them to your house. I tried to get yogurt. I didn't succeed. Hey, we couldn't drink yogurt. If Proud Mixture is not eating while on live stream, Bunny, how could I start eating? I had to look decent, Oh my goodness, you guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. What time is your premiere? Like, Samuel, you are live? Samuel, you don't go live on Wednesdays. I thought you go live on Mondays. Oh my goodness. Yeah, but thank you so much, guys. It takes a village. It really takes a village to get to that particular space. And I just want to say I acknowledge and I really thank you very much for that. I will keep trying to find them, the people who can, because I'm surrounded by a lot of knowledge on YT streets. I've met like amazing people who like have taught me so many things, and that's why I always want them to come to this space, because I'm always like, me when people are teaching me things, I'm thinking of there's some crazy people who need to be taught this on Wednesday, and that's why I like getting them. Can you like come and talk to them? Can you, crazy as they may be, but today you guys are in your best behavior. Damn, everybody agrees. The chat was very quiet today. The energy of Proud Mixture is amazing. Yeah. The chat was very disciplined. Gosh. Oh my goodness, this is crazy. This is crazy. You guys, you didn't even misbehave. Helen promised. Helen told me, look, I'm just going to come there with my notepad and I'll be taking notes. I won't even bother you. She didn't even bother me. I'm impressed. Like, I'm impressed. I should be getting Proud Mixture to come and manage the live stream more often, because you guys will dare not even bring in craziness. You guys always make me laugh here like crazy. Okay, yeah, Bunny, I got you. I remember you mentioned to me. Yeah. Let me know what's wrong. Let me know what's up. You can drop me that on Instagram, and then we can have that side talk on Instagram. Okay. 5 minutes. If you have not picked your date number, if you've not asked the person who you are asking out, ask them. Beto Moses, by the way, is my nominee for the split challenge for Monday. When did I do that? When did I do a premiere? I nominated. Yes, Priscilla, I have my own emojis. You become a member, or I don't know what they work. I created them because when you do the membership thing, you get your own emojis. Yeah. I don't know. Is there a channel member on the live stream? Laken, Nancy, Flora left. I don't know that there's any channel member on the live stream to try. You can use emojis. But it only applies when you're like a channel member or something like that. I wanted somebody to flex the emojis. Yeah. My channel members are the ones who can drop their own emojis, so they don't need to be using YT emojis or generic emojis. Yeah. Have I answered you? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's a channel member on the live stream. They would have actually like dropped and stuff. They would have shown you how to do it. No, I can show you how to do it. If you are a host, you can do it as well. So if you are if I'm a host, I can drop my own emojis. So these are the ones I normally drop during the premiere when you guys are. Yeah. So I have that one. I have this one. I'm trying to like make them. I'm trying to get more creative emojis. So there is the lady, and then there is this. Hey, Marlon, thank you so much for that amazing blessing. Then there's my picture here, and I don't know what I was doing yet. That is my profile picture. You guys can see, and then you can do this one. Yeah, when you're a channel member, you can actually do that. Yeah. Yeah, because Marlon, I'm a member in Marlon's house because I like Marlon's space. Marlon is always very supportive of me. Marlon Rex, my super chatter. So I became his member because I like his emoji. Some of you, I know you've seen me becoming your member. It's not even like for any particular reason. It's because I saw your emoji and I wanted to use it. That's it. Like I went to some house, Marlon's house. There's an emoji I wanted to use, and that's why I became his member to use that particular emoji because it wasn't so expensive. It wasn't so expensive to become like a member. So I was just like, oh, membership tap, and then I was able to use the emoji. Sometimes I do that to content creators that I love, like supporting. So for Marlon Rex Lando's house, there's this emoji. I think it's him, like a cartoon, and a anime version of him, an anime version of Marlon. So I was like, I want to use this emoji. So I just joined his membership to use the emoji. And that was it. That was the purpose. I don't even like stay there. Like I never like go there like every other day or anything. But anytime I go there, I want to use that emoji. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, so that's it. So guys, we have like 2 minutes left. 2 minutes to the end of the live stream. Thank you so much, everyone, for supporting me. Thank you so much for holding my hand in the month of November. Thank you so much for celebrating me. We cried, we've laughed, we've done things in November, but here we are, here we are. So I just want to say thank you so much for that amazing support. It's been very helpful. It's been very helpful, and I just want to say I acknowledge and I see you for that. I know it takes so long to respond to your comments on my videos. Yeah, sometimes it gets overwhelming. But as we said, we've talked about mental toughness today on this live stream. Yeah, sometimes to preserve my mental, I like responding to comments at one specific time. So that's why it normally takes long sometimes to respond to comments. But yeah, I see you guys. I see you guys on the premieres and stuff like that. So it always helps and stuff. But yeah, I always get back to you eventually. Because part of YT Street sometimes is I have to read the comments, I have to come and check your latest video and stuff like that. So that usually takes time. But I apologize if the comments normally take a bit too long, but I get back to you eventually. And then what else? I wish you a nice new month. It's the final month of the year. Christmas is almost upon us, to those who observe Christmas. So I will see you in December, which is tomorrow. Okay. Say bye to each other. Okay, now you can start living. Yeah, you guys now you have each other's numbers and stuff. Yeah, so I'll see you in December. December is tomorrow. I'll definitely come on live at some point in the course of the week. Before the week ends, probably I'll be having coffee somewhere. But that is for my morning people. They know themselves. I will pop in because I know some of you are always busy at that particular time. So I will pop in around morning coffee, maybe on Friday or something. I'll let you know. Yeah, okay. Thank you so much, everyone. You're amazing as always. Take care of yourselves and believe in yourself. Keep pushing. These streets are not easy. You need a lot of mental strength, so you keep pushing. You keep pushing because that's what is expected. And remember, growth happens at the end of the comfort. That's where growth happens. So it could be the WH you're looking for. It could be the bananas you need to get, stuff like that. It could be that somebody you need to say hi to just to be able to connect you to another person. That is where growth happens. It could be having an amazing guest like we had tonight. And sometimes you don't know what is going to happen. Guests maybe may run into technical problems or something like that. You have to push yourself beyond your comfort zone. I hope you learned something from my guests. Can you leave me a nice comment, confirm to me that you learned something? Give me a thumbs up. Give me a thumbs up for that blue emoji I like. Confirm that you learned something from this. If you learned something, even one thing, and you have to remember the quotes, I will set an exam. Hey, tunaenda Su. We are going. Yeah, leave me a thumbs up. Put in a clap for our guests. Put in those clap emojis, guys. I'm not seeing those emojis. Can you drop those emojis that we are clapping for the guests? If you learned something, you put in a nice emoji. If you have those new YouTube emojis, drop them here and show off and say that you learned something. Moisha said I learned something. Okay, that is good. I'm glad you all learned something. Good. As always, I will leave the live here so that anybody who wants to come and listen back in and learn something can also replay it, just be able to also benefit from the knowledge there. Okay, cool. I will see you on I don't know. I will see you. We're meeting next week on Wednesday, but yeah, in case I pop in on a pop-up live in between, I will let you know. But do take care of yourselves. Please leave me a thumbs up if you haven't already. And congratulations once again. We did it, guys. 100,000 views on YouTube. 2K. Support us strong. And we keep going. We keep building a community. One person at a time. One Moisha at a time. One Sue at a time. Just kidding. Okay. Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate your presence. I love you as always. Take care of yourselves. Okay. Namaste. Bye. Thank you.